Good day, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to Vilnius, to the annual economics conference organized jointly by the Bank of Lithuania and Competitiveness Network, CompNet. It's going to be our 14th annual conference for CompNet already. On the topic, on a very important topic of productivity, convergence and competitiveness in Europe with a focus on small open economies. I would like to invite Dr. Julita Varanauskienė, Deputy Chair of the Board of the Bank of Lithuania, to give a welcoming opening speech.
So once again, a very warm welcome to our conference on productivity, convergence and competitiveness in Europe. It is a true pleasure to see you all here. Let me begin with a challenge. As Mario Draghi reminded us a year ago, Europe, the old continent, suffers from too much fragmentation. We lack scale. We lack fully common markets. Without them, European economy cannot sustain growth and prosperity. In a progress report last week, Mario Draghi added, 1 year on, Europe is therefore in a harder place. Our growth model is fading, vulnerabilities are mounting, and there is no clear path to finance the investments we need. So European markets are fragmented, divided, and lacking scale. This reality can feel even worse for small and open economies like ours. Where is our place if only size seems to matter in the world of giants? And yet, this question also opens the door to another perspective. While scale is important, it is not the only source of resilience and success. There is also a story how small can be beautiful, with flexibility, openness, and creativity, which can matter just as much as size. Look at Lithuania. Business dynamism here is high. More firms are born and more firms evolve than in many Western European countries, bringing considerable gains to our country's productivity. The recently published Global Innovation Index 2025 ranks Lithuania number 33 in the world, with global top 1 in terms of unicorn value related to GDP. We also shine with a vibrant startup scene, relatively strong venture capital flows, and something I am personally proud of, being among top 3 in the world for female employment with advanced degrees in knowledge-intensive jobs. Can these achievements balance and sometimes even replace the advantages of size? Can small open economies help Europe revive productivity growth? I believe the answer is yes, especially if policymakers help to create the right conditions: open markets, support for competition, investment in people, and space for risk-taking. Europe needs its small economies not only as followers, but as leaders of change, as sandboxes for innovation, as places where the new ideas grow. On the other hand, Enrico Letta, in this conference, a year ago, told, that will be loose quotation, there are countries that are small, and there are those who do not know they are small. So I hope that today and tomorrow we will explore together how to make this potential real. How small economies working together with larger ones can help Europe become more productive, more competitive, and more united. We will have 5 academic sessions on labor markets, productivity challenges, finance, environment, and structural resilience to discuss the relevant questions in detail. We will have policy and academic discussions of how to implement the research findings in practice. Thank you, and let us begin.
Thank you, Julita. And then I would like to invite Professor Filippo De Mauro, the founder and the chairman of the CompNet, to say a few words.
I love the music. It's fantastic, no? Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It's such a pleasure. I mean, with Aurelia, we have been discussing having a conference in Lithuania for a long, long time. And finally, we made it. I mean, it was clear for me that you know, we want to be showing that CompNet in general, so a network of Europe is actually everywhere. So at the border of Europe, we want to be. And of course, it's much more important these days with global sort of problems that we have all around. So really great to be here, and thank you very much, Deputy Governor, and all the sort of central bank for the hospitality. So what in general I'm going to do in these presentations is kind of make a wrap up of where we stand in the network. Sorry, I don't see it here, so that's why I'm sorry. If it's possible to put it here, my presentation, please. Thank you. What I'm doing in these presentations in general is actually sort of show where we stand in the network, what kind of activities we have been doing, and of course, apologies for the ones that know very well what we do, but again, for the Deputy Governor and other colleagues, maybe useful to know what is all about this network. So I will be presenting our output in terms of data sets. We have CompNet, the microdata infrastructure. We will be presenting some of the applications that we are doing and the events and some of the projects that we are sort of contemplating for the future. So starting with the two data sets and tools that we have, the CompNet. So just for your information, what it is, we have been, say here for 15 years, we have been producing this data set already for 10 times. So we are very much advanced. The overview is a data set produced by statistical institutes. Some of them are here today, academic institutions that are using their own microdata to actually run common codes. We have, at this point, a coverage of 23 countries, and the novelty here is that not only we have EU countries, but also we have other European countries like Switzerland. We will have the UK soon, and also some rest of the world, Canada, Japan, South Korea, and we hope to have other countries going forward. So, in a nutshell, what is our data set? Well, it is a rich data set that provides information on 4 or 5 meta categories of data. So I'm not going to make a list of the variables that we have, but say we have productivity indicators, so total factor productivity, labor indicators. We have financial indicators, such as investment ratio, return on assets, and so on. So we have trade indicators, so import, export. Actually, we have quite detailed information on that. And we have competition indicators, so say markups, Herfindahl index, concentration of firms, and so on. Right? So, and then finally we have labor indicators. So we actually follow the firms in terms of hiring, firing, and so on. We can do work on firm dynamism exactly because we have a very rich labor set. So the CompNet dataset, in a nutshell, is 550 variables, so a lot of variables. And we have what we call joint distribution, 190 joint distributions. So because these data, very importantly, are not only aggregation and sectorial sort of averages, but we have the entire moments. For every variables, we have the entire moments, and we can actually connect the moments of one series versus the moments on the others. So we can sort of have a joint distribution between productivity, total factor productivity, and export or wages. So this is a very rich data set that has actually a value even before running any regression. Hello, Deborah. So the CompNet dataset is widely used. Actually, she got the same presentation 2 days ago, so sorry about that. The CompNet dataset is widely used. Actually, I was told that there are sort of about 400 or so users, but you know, we have constantly more users coming up. And of course, I take this opportunity to say, please use the dataset. Just go on our website, and then there is a very short form to fill out in 1 minute, and then you are there with us. Okay, so that is the data request. Now, let me turn into something that is new and very exciting that we have been working on in the last 4 or 5 years. We started with Eric Baltesman, that had previous work already on that. Is the microdata infrastructure. What is microdata infrastructure? I would define it as like a CompNet request, in a sense, because sort of you design your project, and then you have actually access to the macro information directly. So the researcher will be coming, eventually, it doesn't happen as yet, but will be coming with a set of codes of ideas, and going to us, the center in Halle, or the CompNet MDI network, which has established already in sort of agreements with statistical institutes and data centers, and therefore build with the statistical institutes, and I'm looking at Switzerland, we want to have you soon, build the MDI infrastructure, which is like a LAMP, an institution, you know, sort of an institutional setup, which is there for the researchers to use systematically. Now, the researchers and the CompNet team actually run the codes, and these codes are run either on remote access, so with direct access to the data, or asking the statistical institute to run the codes with us. And then eventually there will be output created, which is sectorial aggregated, but with a lot of rich information within it. And then, of course, the product will be back to the researcher. So, Deputy Governor, I hope this is clear what we do, but say is access to the macro information and basically responding, like the central bank has an urgent question, well, in steady state, we'll be able to respond in 2-3 months' time. We are able to respond to such questions with very, very granular data, which are comparable with across the countries that we have. A special mention to the Commission. The Commission is not present here, I think, that are hearing us, but we want to thank them a lot for the support that they are providing us together with the other founding institutions of CompNet. So what are the MDI objectives going forward? We are planning actually to have, to continue the testing on the MDI tools and make sure that we increase the number of countries that we have. So far we have 6 countries, France, Netherlands, Finland, Austria, Slovenia, and Portugal. Next, we are expecting Germany and the UK. Please, you know, all the colleagues help us out to have them on board, because they're very large and important. And we are in discussion with Italy, Greece, and Malta. So it's quite a bit of coverage of the Euro or Europe. We are setting up a lot of training for these activities. So again, all the staff of the central banks and the participant institutions are very welcome to take sort of part to this. It's actually, these are self-made sort of training, so that every individual can do his own wish. What we do with this data? So we have been spending lots of time to clean up the data, make the harmonization, but we are also now finally producing stuff, right? So this is the ongoing research. I'm going to just list this research. So there is one, we call it modules. So we have a module on the digitalized economy. We are looking into energy and productivity issues at the firm level. We're looking at business dynamism, so hiring and firing. The Deputy Governor was mentioning that Lithuania is actually on top. Well, you know, we do this as systematic work. Then we are looking into more deep analysis on productivity indicators. And finally, and so we are actually doing a tremendous work on, you know, more concrete policy issue, like, you know, whatever, Trump madness, and we are looking into a China diversion, China shock, and the impact on Europe, right? So that's something that I'm sure that everybody is interested to know. And to do so, what you can do anytime during this conference, you just go out and you will see that our staff will be there to present just one slide with all the information on this product. So again, congratulations to the staff that is here, was flying here, and for the work done. But please, to all the audience, give feedback, because we want to have this work improved a lot. Published research was not a lot this year, but doesn't really matter. We have lots of work going on. So we have been producing some policy output, particularly on thinking about how to define the comparative advantage of Europe. And in terms of conference, we have been, as usual, very active. Again, we started with so the conference in Vilnius is one thing, but we have actually quite a bit of work done previously. In Japan, we had a conference. In Hong Kong, we have been having a conference in Berlin in the context of a program with the Commission. And we have sort of other events. There was a very important event, the FinPro 4 conference, Finance and Productivity in Barcelona last year. It was very successful. Some of you, I think, was there. And finally, someone was telling me about the Malta conference. It was a great sort of event last year in June. What is going to happen in the forthcoming? We have already 2 events which are already in preparation. So we have a FinPro 5 conference. We're going to attempt to do it actually in Tokyo. So it's supported actually by the IMF Asia department. By the way, there is one IMF. Thank you very much for the support. And the 15th conference of CompNet is actually in Brussels, so sponsored by the DG ECFIN and the Commission. So one last slide on telling you how we are proceeding. So since the beginning of the year, we have been incorporated more fully in the IWH, in the Center for Business and Productivity Dynamics, led by Javi Miranda. And so now we have staff with us, so we are becoming a more consolidated initiative, and so we will be continue to work on the microdata infrastructure, and efforts are underway to make this eventually open source, so beginning of next year. So a new program will be starting with the Commission very soon, hopefully in a couple of months, to support the productivity boards to have the best data available and to use them. So this will be, of course, a major sort of financing help to help out in this initiative. So again, special thanks to Lithuania. I was actually stunned this morning to run over the river. It's a beautiful country, an incredible infrastructure, so gentle people. Everybody was saying hello, hello, fantastic. Well, I really enjoyed very much. So thank you very much, Deputy Governor, and all the Lithuanian Central Bank for the hospitality. And to you, everybody, enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Filippo. And now let's go into depth, and then we are truly delighted and honored to welcome Professor Chad Severson as a distinguished economics professor at the University of Chicago. His work spans an impressive range of topics with special focus on firm structure, market dynamics, productivity, and how they all interact and come together to shape the economy. His research has not only appeared in all leading journals in economics, but also has been recognized with multiple National Science Foundation awards. Since 2020, he is the George C. Tiao Distinguished Service Professor of Economics at Chicago Booth. Most recently in 2025, or since 2025, he is the Deputy Director of the Becker-Friedman Institute for Research in Economics. In the same year, Professor received the Industrial Organization Society Distinguished Fellow Award, celebrating his outstanding contributions in research, teaching, leadership in industrial organization field. And then he also played a very important role for us as researchers in shaping the field through editorial leadership, serving as the editor for the Journal of Political Economy and then other boards of several other leading journals. I could easily continue listing all the achievements and recognitions, the breadth and depth of Professor Siversson's research activities are truly extraordinary, yet it's far more meaningful that Professor Siversson speaks himself. And I know that he has prepared some exciting presentation about latest research of his. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Chad Siversson.
That's the first time I've had walk-up music since I played a game in high school. Thank you, Aurelia, for that very kind introduction. That was nice. And thank you for coming today. This is a great first visit for me to Vilnius in Lithuania. Just been here not even quite a day yet, but already having a great time. I tried the pink soup. It was quite good. And I tried gira, and it was unbelievably good. I couldn't believe how much I liked it. So I'm sure I'm going to like the next couple days as well. So I'd like to talk with you today about some work I'm doing these days with my frequent co-authors, Engin Adale and Ali Hortatsu. And we've been joined on this effort by Mehmet Ulu, who's a former student of ours, and then also Mustafa Runyan, who's a current PhD student himself. And we're looking at something that's very on topic for this conference, vis-a-vis productivity, convergence, and that sort of thing. And also very policy related. And indeed, what we're doing is evaluating what happened with the Turkish industrial policy that was implemented in 2012. It's a very large investment subsidy program. And we're trying to figure out what it did and what worked about it and what didn't work. And I'll talk about all that as we go along. I'm going to save time for questions at the end. So if you have a clarifying question, go ahead, break in. Otherwise, I'll reserve a few minutes at the end so you can ask about whatever you crosses your mind while I'm talking. Okay, so this industrial policy in Turkey was a place-based policy. So place-based policies are getting, industrial policy in general is getting a lot of attention. Place-based policy in particular has received more attention lately. You can think of place-based policies as being policies applied to where the eligibility for the policy is actually the location of the entity, rather than coincident. You can have an income-based policy that has differential spatial effects, but the policy wouldn't be considered a place-based policy because the aim is not at a particular location. What we are looking at here is a place-based policy. You will see the generosity of this policy actually depends on where the firm is operating within Turkey. We combine both a microanalysis and a macroanalysis in this paper. So the microanalysis really has two parts. One is a sort of policy evaluation. What actually happened to the firms and the industry regions that received subsidies? What did it do to their level of activity and the productivity with which that activity was conducted? And then the macro evaluation is used to answer the question of if we think we might have thought that the reason one of the reasons the Turkish government did this policy was to reduce income dispersion across regions in Turkey. How well did it do it, and why did it maybe fail to do so quantitatively? And the macro model will help us do that because we need to be able to run basically a large spatial industrial counterfactual. And so we're going to use the macro model to do that part. So the three research questions that kind of summarize what we're trying to get at in the paper are: one, at the micro level, did the program even move the needle at all? Did this investment subsidy have any effect on production in Turkey? Second, were there spillovers along the production chain? So, of course, any subsidized entity is buying inputs from someone. They're selling their output to someone. Did any of the subsidy applied to the index firm either move upwards along the supply chain or downwards along the supply chain? And third, the macro question. Did it actually reduce regional income inequality? And we can answer that both in the short and long run, because the macro model is dynamic, so we can actually run the world forward for years, and that's what we do, to look at the long run effects. In terms of answers, and I'll just give you the preview here, I'll obviously give you the details as we go along. Yes, the program did move the needle. A 5 percentage point increase in investment tax credits, which is not large for any given firm, but large in the scope of the program overall, and I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. That corresponds to a 3.2% increase in the firm's TFP, measured on a revenue basis. Of course, with revenue-based output measures, it's hard to know whether price movements or quantity movements are driving the TFP changes. I think we have reason to believe that most of this is quantity movements, but we don't have direct micro-level data on prices, so we'll just have to leave that up in the air a little bit. But I think there's a good case for it being actual TFPQ increases, a considerable amount at least. In terms of the spillovers, yes, there are spillover effects, and indeed, that second bit gets to the answer to the third research question, which is some of the spillover effects are responsible in part for the reason why this program did not create as much convergence in income levels as you might have thought it would. And that's because, quite simply, even if you subsidize a firm in a given region, some of the benefits of that subsidy spill over either to its input producers or its buyers, who could well be in higher income regions. And so you basically have leakage of the subsidy effects. Even if you're aiming them at poorer regions, some of the benefits go through the supply chain itself to wealthier regions. And we'll actually be able to quantify how much that leakage is in the paper. Okay, so there's kind of three big literatures we're dealing with here. One is like I said, there's been a lot of work focused lately on what place-based policies have done. This is complemented work on industrial policy in general. Second, there's spillovers in production networks has been a topic that's been active lately, especially with the advent of the kind of data we have, which is basically value-added tax data, so we know who's buying from whom. We actually can see the production chain. Folks have used that in various countries to look at spillovers along production networks. And then the third, the macro element, there's a fair amount of literature looking at general equilibrium trade and migration responses. And we're just pulling, actually, our model off the shelf from that literature. We don't build our macro model from scratch. We take one that's used in the literature and then basically feed into it series that we've created from our estimates and from our data. Okay, so I'll go through the institutional background of the program, then talk about how we measure the effects of the subsidies at the micro level, both directly for the index firm as well as indirectly along the production chain. Then I'll talk about the macro analysis to finish up. So in terms of the way this program worked, is Turkey was divided into 6 regions, basically by income level. Here they are on a map. 1 is the wealthiest regions. 6 is the poorest region. You can see 1 is all in the west. All the 5 largest cities in Turkey are all in region 1. So these are developed, mostly urban regional economies. 2 are the second layer is also mostly in the west of Turkey. The poorest region is almost all in the east and south, as you can see, basically a contiguous region. And then 3, 4, and 5 are kind of a mix throughout the rest of the country. The region is crucial because it depends on the generosity of the subsidy ramps up basically with what region you're in. So this region 2 has a much more generous subsidy than 1, 3 more than 2, and so on and so forth. What were these subsidies? There were actually 4 components. And most were oriented towards capital, although there is a labor component, as I'll describe. So one is, if you imported capital equipment as part of this program, you were given an exemption from VAT and customs duties. Okay. Two, if you borrowed money to make these capital investments, there would be support on the interest payments for those private loans. And as you can see, examples, there's, again, the generosity of that subsidy ramps up with the region, inversely with the region's wealth level. Third are the corporate tax credits, from 15% of investment costs in the wealthiest region to 50%, and these were refundable credits. So these are quite generous in Region 6. And then fourth, so 1, 2, and 3 are all capital subsidies, and 4 is a labor subsidy, and that was basically a support for contributions to employee social security payments. And again, that also ramped up in generosity with the income level. Now, we've got a problem when it comes to measurement. We're looking at the effects of these subsidies, but we've got a multi-dimensional subsidy structure. We made the choice to focus on what is the largest share of expenditure as our metric of how big the subsidy a firm gets. That is, we're going to use the size of the corporate tax credit the firm is eligible for as a measure of the subsidy they're getting, knowing that it's correlated with these other 3 components, albeit imperfectly. And that means we're going to measure the size of the subsidy itself, the full subsidy. We're going to measure that with error, and so we're going to try to handle that econometrically, because we've got this issue of trying to boil this multi-dimensional thing down into a single dimension. But this is the one we're going to focus on. Okay, so if you take a look at these regions at the beginning of the program, or right before the program started in 2012. So in 2011, this is the state of play in the 6 regions. You can see the regions were not divided evenly by population or anything like that. About 40% of the population of Turkey is actually in these urban wealthiest regions. Although you can see regions 3 through 6 are roughly equal in population. You can see the very clear pattern in GDP per capita. Of course, that was one of the main things along which the regions were demarcated. So of course there's differences. The size of the differences are interesting. So you can see Region 6 GDP per capita is less than 1/3 what it is in Region 1. So there's quite a bit of regional variation in income levels. Which is, that's a fact known not just in Turkey, but in a lot of places, even within countries. There's a fair amount of variation in income levels across space. You can see the migration rate patterns that basically, in a nutshell, the poorer regions were emptying out and everyone was moving to Istanbul and Ankara and the other cities in Turkey. That's what was going on beforehand. That's going to come back as an important part of the macro story, so I'll return to the migration story in a little bit. Interestingly, the GDP per capita growth rates showed a pattern of pre-subsidy convergence. So actually the poorest regions were growing faster than the wealthiest regions. In some cases, that's of course not so much because GDP was rising, but because the denominator was falling. Per capita was shrinking, and so even with mild growth rates, you can get increases in GDP per capita if the regions are emptying out, which, as you can see in the 3rd row, was the case. Okay. Here is a picture of what the subsidy take-up looks like. So what we've done here is we've made a table by region that go across columns, and industry, those are the rows, and this shows the take-up of the subsidy in using the metric. We take the total investment tax credits earned by the subsidized firms in the region industry and divide it by the total amount of activity in that region industry. Okay, and so darker rectangles mean higher take-up. And so this actually conflates 2 things. It conflates eligibility, and you can see some very clear patterns where there's no take-up because simply it doesn't matter what region you were in. Certain industries were not eligible for subsidies, so you saw no subsidy take-up. But you also see, on average, increasing generosity of subsidies as you move from region 1 to region 6 within an industry, but it's not always monotonic. You can see in some cases, the darker rectangles are actually to the left of lighter rectangles, which means wealthier regions, in some cases, actually had higher take-up of the subsidies than poorer regions did, even within a given industry. So this is not just eligibility, this is actual eligibility times take-up. You could think of it that way. But so that's one lesson. The other lesson is there's just quite a bit of variation across time, across industry and space, and where these subsidies are being applied, and how generously they are being applied. Okay, so first let me tell you about our microanalysis. You can think of this as basically a policy evaluation. We've got a program, this subsidy. We want to figure out what is the causal effect of the program. So we have to deal with a few things. First, we need some data. We've got data on Turkey. What data on Turkey? Pretty much all the data on Turkey. That's one real nice thing about this. We have most of the administrative data on Turkey, so we've got all the usual firm balance sheet kind of input-output stuff that's used a lot in productivity analysis. We've got this firm-to-firm production network from the VAT data. We know who buys from whom. We've got, of course, the administrative data on the program itself, so who got subsidized and when they got subsidized and how much they got subsidized by from 2012 to 2019. And we have linked employer-employee data, which are crucial to measure migration rates, which, as I already hinted, is an important part of the macro story. And you'll see that in a little bit. Now, as great as the data is, it's not perfect. One, we only see the formal economy. And Turkey has a non-trivially sized informal economy. Now, what we're going to do is, by chance, the literature has in 2 separate papers actually measured the size of the informal economy in Turkey by these 6 regions in one paper, and the other paper by these industries. So we take the Kronecker products of their estimates to get an estimate of the informal economy in each industry region. And when we do the macro analysis, we'll just scale everything up by 1 over 1 minus that. So if we see, 1 lira of activity in the formal economy, we have an implied lira of total activity in that industry region, which includes the informal economy. So the numbers we get out of the macro analysis hopefully actually are macro. It's not just macro for the formal economy, it's macro for all of Turkey. And the other considerable limitation is we see certain types of activity at the establishment level, okay, like income and revenue. So we see what's going on at a particular plant for a firm. We don't see capital at the establishment level. We just see firm level capital. Of course, a big part of the subsidy program is moving firms' capital around, so we'd really like to see capital at the place where the subsidy is applied, but we're going to have to infer it a little bit rather than look at it directly. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is do a typical, a two-way fixed effects estimation of some activity on the left-hand side, on the subsidy on the right-hand side. We've got 2 econometric problems to deal with. One I've already mentioned, which is we measure the subsidy with error because it's multidimensional and we just use 1 dimension to measure it. And the other is, of course, take-up is endogenous. No one forces these firms to get the subsidy. Whether they apply for it or not depends on a few things. There are there's signs that fixed costs matter because the really small firms tend to be less apt to take these up even within an industry region. So there's endogenous take-up. So what we're going to do is we're going to instrument for the subsidy, not with the actual subsidy paid, but with the statutory eligible, with the subsidy that the establishment is statutorily eligible for as. Yeah, did I say that right? Yeah. What they could get, what the law says they could get. Okay. Not what they actually got. This is a common technique used in these kind of endogenous take-up policy evals. Hopefully this instrument addresses that, and also addresses the measurement error problem too, because if the instrument is correlated with the actual subsidy paid, then should hopefully attenuate the attenuation bias. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So every time you see one of these regressions, you can think of us instrumenting the subsidy with the statutory eligibility instead. Okay, we're going to do this kind of regression structure first at the industry level and then at the establishment level. Now, why the industry level? The industry level, one, we can probably do a better job measuring capital by industry region than not being able to measure it at all at the establishment level. So we can look at capital there. And also, this will capture any spillovers, whether they're positive, spillovers within industry region, whether they're positive. So, some manufacturer in some region gets subsidized, they learn something with their subsidy, and that spills over to their other producers in the same industry region. The industry level analysis aggregates over all of that, so it captures any spillover effects. Or if they're negative spillovers, say through competitive effects, if a subsidized firm just grabs business away from the non-subsidized firms in the industry region, you might not get an aggregate increase in activity, even if the subsidized firm itself sees an increase in activity. Again, by aggregating over industry region, we take that into account. Okay, so here's what it looks like at the industry level. So these are industry region outcomes. These just plot what's going on with real sales, so real revenues, and capital for subsidized firms relative to unsubsidized firms. And you can see there does seem to be an effect of the subsidy. It hits the year after the subsidy is received and continues to grow for several years after that. Both that's true both for revenues and for capital, although there's a bit more of a lag before you really see it show up in reported capital. But sales see the boost pretty quickly. In regression form, here are the coefficients. What that implies is more important, and that's down at the bottom. It says a 5 percentage point increase in the investment tax credit implies somewhere between an increase in revenues in the industry region of about 11 to 32%. Okay, those are pretty big effects, but this 5 percentage point increase is actually a big difference in the data. So where do we get that 5 percentage point difference in investment tax credit subsidies? That is the difference between the average subsidy received in region 6 and the average subsidy received in region 1. Okay, so that's basically the span of the data averages. You can think of it that way. So that's a pretty big difference in terms of the generosity of the program. And our estimates say that difference itself would account for somewhere between, again, 11 and 32% difference in revenues between the less subsidized and the more subsidized industry regions. Okay? In terms of capital effects, we can't totally reject zero with capital, but the span of estimates is mostly on the positive side, and also could on the tail be pretty large, just like with revenues. Okay, now if we look at firm level revenue effects, we see that same implied difference in investment tax credits translates to about a 16% increase in revenues for any given subsidized establishment. And in terms of productivity, about a 3% increase in productivity. So it's not just increasing activity levels, it actually seems to increase, again, the efficiency with which these firms operate. We can't do much about the mechanism, but one that's consistent with the data is something like technology embodied capital, that this program lets you invest in the newest and best machinery. That machinery's got some TFP embodied in it, and you get the TFP benefits of that new machinery in a way that's not just simply captured in the lira value of the capital itself. Okay, so that's the direct effect estimates. If you want to see what's going on with employment and some other outcomes, you can read about it in the paper. In terms of indirect effects, we're just going to construct this spillover, production spillover metric that's basically takes, who are you buying from? What is the share of your input purchases from each of those producers? You get a weighted sum of your input producers who are being subsidized. Who are you selling to? And you get a weighted sum of who they're being or how many of them they are being subsidized. And so we can run this regression that we ran before, but now including these spillover metrics. So it's allowed for your own activity, even if you're not subsidized, to be influenced by the subsidies that might be paid to your input providers or to your customers downstream. Okay? And here's what you find in those regressions. I'll focus on the TFP measures because that's, I think, the important one in terms of what's going on, how we're going to construct the macro model. You can see that once we control for these spillovers, the productivity effects of the index firm, the firm that's actually being subsidized, is 3.2%. Now, if that number sounds familiar, it's because it's the same as it was before. In other words, controlling for these spillovers doesn't do anything to the estimate of the productivity effect of being subsidized. Okay? So this is convenient for our macro model because it says we can focus, the way we feed the macro model, I'll get to that in a second, is we just change the marginal costs of producers who get subsidized. Well, how much? By 3.2%. We can do that and we don't need to worry about also giving productivity benefits to downstream or upstream industries and regions because we're not finding any productivity spillover effects. There are activity spillover effects. Revenues go up for your input providers, revenues go up for your customers when you get subsidized, okay? But their productivity levels do not. The model itself can take care of the activity spillover, so we don't need to worry about that. But the primitive of the model is what's the productivity shock, and this result simplifies that. We can just give a direct productivity shock to the subsidized entity. We don't need to worry about any spillover effects on productivity beyond that. Okay. All right, so now here comes the macro part of the model. As I said, we didn't invent this model. We pulled it right off the shelf. It's the Kleiman, Liu, and Redding model. It is a computational industry by region macro model. It's got multiple elements I'll describe in a second. It's used mostly in the literature to do trade stuff. So you can think of a region as a country in the literature. We're just pulling that down to trade across regions within a country. But the model's mechanics will work the same. The elements of the model, you've got households, and they're actually key because they're the main source of dynamics because households can move across industries and regions, who they work for and where they work. As I said, I've hinted a couple times already, migration is an important part of the story. We're able to match our migration data because this model has a location and moving decision. It's costly to move. There's a fixed cost, but you are able to move. There are capital investors who own the capital. They're tied to a particular region and industry. Why do we want capital owners? Well, you know, we can go back to Ricardo, who said, if you declare some square on the ground as getting a subsidy, what we ought to expect ultimately is whoever owns that square on the ground is going to get some of that subsidy, and maybe all of it depending on conditions. So we want to have some ability for the capital owners in a place-based policy world to benefit from place-based policies. So we've got place-based capital investors. And then, those are the landlords. The investors are able to move capital around across those locations. The landlords take any rents from capital put on those locations. We've got, and then a roundabout production structure, which of course is really important to matching the data. We've got intermediate goods firms. They're the ones who have time-varying labor productivity, and when we actually feed the model a series to get started with, that's what we feed. We say, okay, here's your productivity, and your productivity depends on how generous of a subsidy we saw your industry region get in this year. If we, you know, for every 5 percentage point increase, you're going to get a marginal cost that's 3.2 percentage points lower. We're pulling the micro estimates directly into the model in that way. And then we've got final goods firms that make a consumption good, and that's what the workers, the households are actually consuming with their wages. And of course, wages are allowed to vary across regions and are used to equilibrate the labor market conditional on households' moving decisions. Okay, so we've got all these spatial spillovers in the model, which is important because, as I said, they're We want to allow for leakages, as you might worry about with a place-based subsidy, and we've got multiple sources of leakages that the model helps us take care of. I mean, we really got lucky. These models had, if we didn't know the literature, didn't know the models at all, and just were to write down where would the leakages come from, this is actually the list of leakages you would come up with. It turns out the model can handle all three of these anyway, and that's just a nice coincidence that it's got the ability to do all that. That's not by our design, really. Okay, so what did we find? There was a measurable effect on regional wage inequality, but it wasn't that large. So halfway through the program, 2015, our estimates imply that regional wage inequality, due to applying, again, more generous subsidies in the poor regions, had fallen by about 0.8 percentage points. That 0.8 percentage point drop in gap reflects a 0.5% increase in wages in Region 1 from the subsidies versus a 1.3% increase in Region 5 and 6. Okay, so you get a reduction in the gap of a little less than 1%. You can run that out to the end of the program, looking at the subsidies coming towards the end of the period. It doesn't change much, goes up by 0.1 of a percentage point, and then we can run it forward, letting households react to all the spatial differences created by the subsidies, and it rises a tiny bit more, but not much. So even in the long run, allowing for all the the moves that could ever happen, the migration responses, you only get a 1 percentage point reduction in regional wage inequality from this subsidy program. And this was generous. I used to know this number and I've forgotten. I want to say it was 60 billion lira, maybe a year, being paid in subsidies. So this is a pretty large macro subsidy program. Didn't have a huge effect on actual regional wage inequality. Well, why not? The reason why is there's leakages. The question is which ones and how important were each. And that's what the model lets us do. We can do a set of counterfactuals where we turn off various sources of leakage and say, well, at various horizons, what would the regional wage convergence be if not for this leakage factor? And so we can see by reversing that, the but for, how much that particular leakage channel mattered. And the answer to those questions are shown here in this table. So the benchmark are the numbers I already talked about as you go across columns at different horizons. Basically, again, about a 1 percentage point decline in inequality observed in the data. If we turn off migration, we don't let households move across regions. They can only change industries within region. You actually see the regional wage inequality would have, a drop would have been twice as high. Okay, so some of this is just coming from the fact that basically, to put it in econ terms, labor supply elasticities in a region were pretty flat. So if you increase labor demand through a subsidy, maybe you increase wages some, but what you're really doing is increasing employment. Okay, now maybe the Turkish government would view that as a consolation prize. If they wanted to reduce regional income inequality, but in the end just reduced regional employment inequality, that's not so terrible. Okay, so you might be willing to live with that leakage. Now, should we think that people, instead of moving out of the poorer regions, were moving into Istanbul, were moving from Istanbul into the poorer regions because of this subsidy program? No, probably what happened was just the out-migration rate slowed because of the program, because more people were apt to get jobs at these subsidized firms, and that increased employment, even if it didn't increase wages very much. The second counterfactual is to turn off not just migration, but impose autarky. So every supplier has to be supplied, every producer has to be supplied by and sell to only firms within their region. Okay, so there's no more spillover from region 6 or 5 into Istanbul anymore through the production chain. There we see more regional wage convergence. implying, of course, some of the leakages. If you subsidize a firm in a poor region, but they're buying their inputs, say, from a firm in Istanbul, the firm in Istanbul gets some of the benefits of that subsidy. That's not going to help you reduce regional wage inequality to the extent that those are equal sized. And then finally, we impose no capital flows, which is basically saying we're guaranteeing in the long run some rents ought to go to the person who owns that square. And you see that does a little bit more. Not quite as large an effect as the migration and just the spatial spillover of the production network, but has some effect as well. So the observed effect is basically what? 20-ish some percent of what it could have been. So roughly 3/4 of the potential wage reduction in wage inequality is lost through these various spillovers. One, the Turkish government would probably be fine, which is just the labor supply response and the reduction in outmigration. The other are just true leakages that are just facts of, one, the spatial pattern of production, and two, if you have a spatial-based policy, the landowner on that space is going to get some of those rents, even if you don't want to subsidize the landowner themselves. Okay, so that's it. I've got, according to my clock here, 5 minutes left for questions, so I'd be happy to take them. Thank you. Eric. Oh, we have microphones, okay.
That's a very interesting, Chad. These effects are small, given that you showed that there was almost a 4-to-1 ratio in per capita GDP in these regions. Yeah. You know, a 1 percentage point adjustment over 5 years
modest.
Is pretty modest, to say the least. I'm not quite sure what the metric is of the 5.5 percentage points in tax credit. At least that, like, what percentage of GDP did we use for transfer payments? So that's one. And the other one is, if you forget about the regional mix and just look at a cross-section of TFP across firms, the question really is, how do you get the TFP of the low firms to become higher? Could you think of a policy here that would somehow work better in getting the TFP and getting, therefore, also wages higher in the regions that are lagging? Like, what kind of place-based policy would work?
Maybe not a place-based policy. You could actually, I mean, one is, could you target the subsidy by TFP? That might not be a good idea, because it could be low TFP firms wouldn't be very good at building TFP either. There's a reason why it depends on your theory, I guess, of why low TFP firms are low TFP. As I'm talking, I'm thinking about like the Bloom experiment with consulting in India. There it actually did work to basically give this intervention to low productivity firms. It made them more productive. But in general, I don't think we have a good sense of whether TFP targeting is going to be any more effective than spatial targeting if the ultimate goal is a spatial convergence. So that's a good question. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, Martin.
I wanted to ask what your thoughts were on whether these type of policies in general are a good idea. Right, so you focus very effectively on the effects on TFP, and I have a particular concern in mind, and it's misallocation, right? Both at the micro level. So I think there's some evidence actually by the paper that you cited by Chiara Cascuolo, John Van Reenen, that there's a scale bias in the take-up of these industrial policies. And at the macro level, right, there's a question of whether it should be a policy priority to reduce these regional inequalities.
Yes.
In Europe, we're always jealous of US growth, and it seems that this is not a debate. There's no big federal plan to fix regional inequalities within the US.
There used to be. I mean, the Tennessee Valley Authority and stuff is a famous example of a place that actually seemed to work. But very important questions. To be honest, we don't answer even the big question in this case, which is, does this even make sense for Turkey to do this? I mean, we evaluate did it reduce wage inequality, which you might think was something they're after. What we don't answer is, you know, this money it's not created for free. Its resources move from other things. The Turkish government has a cost of raising public funds, either through distortionary taxation or inflation, both of which have their own costs. And we're not evaluating that other side of the balance. So I do not want to imply that we've decided that they've got it right, or even that it made sense to do this at all. We just don't know. We don't try to answer that question. It's an important question, but it's not something that we thought we had the data on the other side of that scale to answer. But those are fair things, and then you put the misallocation, even if on macro it would make sense, are you really targeting, and this gets to Eric's question, are you targeting the micro units right, conditional on it making sense at the macro level? And not clear, yeah. Filippo.
So that's actually a great sort of tool that can be used for policy, also in Europe. We were talking about this is, you give us a structure, that's fantastic. However, I was really puzzled by this slide 17 or so, when you were showing this sort of who is taking this, and then having the reds going on the right-hand side, so many in the last. So I was wondering whether you guys believe that was a faulty policy. So in a sense, it was ex ante, because this is in line with what Eric was saying. The results looks like to be very small. I was wondering because the design, presumably shown by the chart, could be the case.
Yeah, so there's certainly a huge scope of discretion left to firms whether to take up or not, and whether they take it up may or may not be correlated with the expected productivity benefit of these things. And it's very clear in some cases there was less take up in the poorer regions, and you would think that that was not notionally in the design at all. Yet, so it goes, in some sense that's another kind of leakage that we're not really able to measure, but that's a misallocation thing that both Martin and Eric were asking about. I think it's just pointing out that that stuff really did matter, but we're not really able to evaluate how big that was. Okay, my clock is blinking at me, so I better stop talking. Happy to talk offline if you'd like to later. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Professor. It was really enlightening and insightful. So now we will move to the first academic session of today on labor market. And I would like to invite, okay, maybe just a second.
Really impressed by the organization, so thank you very much. I mean, these organizers, all this staff participate, that's fantastic. It looks so professional. Thanks a lot.
Right, so we already have Professor Eric Bartelsman on stage. He will be the chair of the session. And then I would like to invite both presenter Bernardo Motironi and discussant to join Eric on the stage for later discussion.
Just to get the multi-tiered thing going here, I've really nothing to say other than I'm looking forward to the session. And Bernardo Motironi is going to start talking on a paper about monopsony power. I've heard this before, and try to convince me how it goes, and then we're going to have later a discussion to talk on that. And then there'll be like 5 minutes for Q&A at the end, hopefully. So, floor is yours. You can stand at the podium.
Okay, thank you very much, first and foremost, for including my paper in this fantastic schedule. What I'm going to do is to propose a new theory of how labor market power can affect aggregate productivity. And I'm going to do this by testing my hypothesis with a new model, a validation exercise, and finally a quantification to understand the magnitude of the effect. Before going through the mechanism that I'm proposing, I want to start with two apparently unrelated facts. Only apparently, you're going to see that they are closely related with the story I have in mind. First, regarding firm size and technology adoption, there is a recent literature to which several colleagues in the audience have heavily contributed about the rise of intangibles. And intangibles have been shown as being able to provide major productivity gains, but often they involve some fixed sunk costs that are hard to absorb for small firms. They are often too large, and small firms may not be able to exploit the opportunity of the availability of these new intangible technologies. And the second fact is just a very simple observation about the importance of firm size and how it can be affected in general equilibrium. It's a simple observation, but not often considered. An average firm size is directly affected by the entrepreneurship rate. So if you consider a very simple occupational choice between labor and entrepreneurship, more entrepreneurship means more business units, more firms, and at the same time means a reduction in the input stock. So more firms, fewer workers, the average size goes down. So factors affecting the occupational choice between labor and entrepreneurship may be affecting the size distribution and eventually diffusion of intangibles and new technologies in general. So how does labor market power factor in? We know that in monopsonistic settings, and even in oligopsonistic settings, wages are below the efficient level. So with low wages, self-selecting into entrepreneurship would be much easier. So the hypothesis I have is that monopsony power leads to this entry from an occupational choice point of view of entrepreneurs above the efficient level, and these are going to be entrepreneurs with a lower ability, people that in an efficient economies are workers, and this excess entry leads to too many firms active that lack the scale for technology adoption. So this is the story. And the research question indeed is whether labor market power can have substantial effect on aggregate productivity. And first, I developed this general equilibrium model of entrepreneurship with monopsony power and with an endogenous choice between two technologies. I derived from the model 10 theoretical predictions, and I used the fantastic CompNet data to validate the model. And finally, I quantify an effect. This is a general equilibrium effect. It's not something that can, I think, really be tested purely using a reduced form evidence. So I use the model to see whether the aggregate effect is relevant or not. And just a summary of the results. I can find an analytical solution and derive that there are three key channels leading to productivity losses. Misallocation of factors of production, the excess entry into entrepreneurship that reduces firm size, and unlimited technology diffusion. And with the validation, I showed that moving across labor markets, local labor markets in Italy, I find that misallocation goes up, the entrepreneurship rate using different definitions goes up. Firms are smaller, there is a reduced use of intangibles, and crucially, productivity goes down. And using the quantification, I show that compared to a competitive benchmark, productivity falls by 21%. What I mean by that is that if we take the level of monopsony of the average labor market, and then as a competitive benchmark, highly competitive labor markets in Italy, if we move from the average level of competition to the competitive benchmark, there is an increase in aggregate productivity of these sites. And then I also use the quantification to assess the relative importance of these three channels. And what I find is that excess entry and limited technology fusion play a dominant role. Now, for a 25-minute presentation, perhaps discussing all of this is going to be too much. So I will probably focus only on the model and the validation. And I leave the quantification for those who are interested. However, when I will discuss the theory, I will show a few graphs representing the theoretical mechanism, which will use calibrated parameters. Okay? So you can trust the number. If you trust my quantification, you can trust the number that you're going to see in the charts about the theory. Okay, I will skip the literature just in the interest of time, and let's move to the model. So this is a tractable model of entrepreneurship, general equilibrium, and there are three key ingredients. So these are three modeling choices that have been largely influential. The first one in the macro literature, the second in the labor literature, and the third one in international trade and technology literature. So there is a span of control Lucas model. It's where agents are provided with heterogeneous degree of managerial ability. There are a few differences with Lucas because productivity is not just managerial ability, but also the endogenous technologies. I'm going to have monopolistic competition instead of decreasing return to scale, but more or less is a Lucas model. Second, I'm going to extend the Lucas model, adding labor market power, that is model as in Card and Cardozo and Couters. Here there is a typo, it's not just Card, and apologies to the coders of Card. arising from idiosyncratic tastes through a logic choice model. And let me also add that I also do a robustness exercise in the appendix with a lone oligopsony model, and the mechanism is more or less the same. And finally, there is this endogenous choice of the technology. Technology upgrade allows productivity to rise at the firm level by a factor 1 plus gamma, but it requires a fixed cost in labor units proportional to the average wage in the economy. So tau is a parameter that matters for the cost of this technology upgrade. So competition. How does competition work in the two markets? There is a very simple CS aggregator that leads to product differentiation and monopolistic competition in the product markets. And in the labor market, it's going to be very similar. It's still a monopsonistic competition, so a common labor supply elasticity across firms. The micro foundation is quite different, simply because we usually think that consumers have a bit of every variety, while workers work in a single firm. So it's not a CS aggregator on the labor markets, but eventually the result is very similar. And the key difference when I move to oligopsony in the robustness is simply that misallocation won't come from dispersion in wages, but from dispersion in markdowns. But for the rest, really, the mechanism is the same. Firms combine labor input with the managerial ability of the entrepreneur and with the technology chosen. They set prices and wages. They are price making in both markets. And from the first order condition, I can get this wedge between the marginal revenue product of labor and the wage, which is 1 plus theta. And theta was indeed the parameter I introduced in the Fauché distribution, this idiosyncratic taste. The more dispersed is taste, the more limited is substitutability between employers, the more the wedge between marginal revenue product of labor and the wage. And this wedge is lowering wages and generating excess entry. At the same time, this dispersion is also leading to an heterogeneity in the W, which is leading to misallocation. So labor, output, wages, profits all grow in productivity. So what is left to close the model is two choices: the technology choice and the entry choice. And I'm going to show this just graphically. I think it's more intuitive. So this is income of entrepreneurs against the managerial ability. And I can show that in case of an upgrade in the technology, since productivity is increasing by a factor, the curve gets steeper. So for any given ability, now there is going to be a higher profit, but at the same time, the firm needs to pay a sunk cost. And so the curve shifts down. So this allows me to identify a single technology adoption cutoff. So above a given level of ability, the firm is going to be larger and will benefit from technology adoption. Below the ability, it won't. And finally, in terms of entry choice, so the agent before, in the occupational choice, compare the expected wage in case of entry into the labor force against the expected profit that is influenced by the level of managerial ability. And so again, we have a second cutoff, that split agent. So eventually it's going to be three groups: workers, entrepreneurs that are skilled enough to run a profitable firm, but not skilled enough to benefit from the adoption of this endogenous, of this upgraded technology. And let me start now with the theoretical results. So there are three channels in which labor market power affects productivity, and they're based on two channels through which labor market power affects the size distribution. The first one is about reallocation. So if we take two generic firms, one is larger, firm K is larger than firm J, their size ratio goes down in the parameter that determines monopsony. The second channel is that monopsony is inducing an excess entry that reduces average firm size. So the mass of entrepreneurs goes up and the mass of production worker goes down. Graphically, we can represent this comparing two extreme cases. Very high monopsony is the orange line, very low monopsony is the black one. This is based also on the level of monopsony estimate across Italian firms. They're more or less the 97.5 and 2.5 percentile. And the number 0.25 means a 25% excess marginal revenue product of labor over wage, or more precisely, labor cost per worker. So what we can see from this chart is that when you move to high monopsony, first the employment distribution shifts left because all firms are smaller, and second, the curve gets steeper because there are calculations between firms. And the reason why this is a straight line is because I'm assuming a Pareto distribution, so when you take the log, you get a straight probability density. Okay, with these channels in mind, let's move to productivity. The reallocation towards small firms is reducing allocative efficiency because this is a reallocation towards firms that have a lower marginal revenue product of labor, okay? And this is going to reduce output, and because of my assumption on how non-monetary utility enters in the utility of agents, this is also going to reduce welfare. And we can see this through looking at the size ratio and the marginal revenue product of labor ratio of two firms, two generic firms, in which one is twice as productive as the others. So let me go through, look at, if you look, for instance, at the black line, with a very low level of labor market power, the high productivity firm is more than twice as large as the low productivity firms. The ratio is about 2.5. But when we go towards the opposite extreme, very high monopsony, the ratio is about 1.6. Okay? So for an exogenous heterogeneity in the primitives, the endogenous in the heterogeneity in size is much smaller. And number two, and simultaneously, this is increasing the marginal revenue product of labor ratio, which in the lenses of Shincklino, and it's going to be the same in my model, is reducing output and eventually welfare. Second channel, excess entry reduces average firm size. Basically, this is just shifting the ability distribution towards the left. It's a first-order stochastic dominance effect. Okay? So with higher monopsony, all firms are going to be, on average, less productive. And the peculiar result is that if we compare about the extremes, again, these are extreme results because I'm taking the extreme level of monopsony. Okay? In the high monopsony case, the median firm is basically the cutoff firm in the extreme low monopsony case. So looking through at the extremes, the number of business units doubles. Okay, so it's a huge effect what I'm getting from calibrating the model. And finally, there is an amplification mechanism. Because we're redistributing inputs towards small firms, and small firms don't adopt this technology because it's a scale-biased technology. It's a technology that benefits large firms the most. And because we are getting an excess entry of small firms, the diffusion of technology across firms and workers fall. So if I use both the share of firms using the new technology or the share of workers combined with the new technology, both fall. And this matters for aggregate productivity. And this is calibrating this representative technology. Of course, in reality, we don't have only two technologies, but calibrating, okay, I will try to be much faster than the share of firms and workers fall substantially across the level of monopsony, okay? So validation. So what I'm going to do is to estimate labor market power across Italian provinces. It's going to be the average level wage markdown, and then I'm going to have some robustness using other moments of the markdown distribution. In the model, markdowns are homogeneous, at least in the baseline. So I just need one value. And the firm level wage markdown, marginal revenue product of labor divided by the wage, can be rewritten as a revenue elasticity of labor. So it's not an output elasticity, which is going to make my life easier, times revenue divided by the wage bill. So the only parameter of interest for me to estimate the degree of labor market competition is the revenue elasticity of labor. And then I use this to classify areas by the level of monopsony. And I show that more monopsonistic areas show, like, confirm 10 predictions from the theory. Data come from CompNet. Perhaps I don't need to spend too much time on this because I'm sure the audience is familiar with this. Let me just say that this is numbers I know very well because Alessandro and I were in charge of the markdown estimation for this model. So it's an estimation that I know very well. And then I combine this with some information about IT diffusion from other sources. It's not something I'm going to talk about today because I'm skipping the quantification. But it's a translog estimation, so elasticities are firm specific, while parameters are industry specific. I'm using this control function approach. Everyone probably is familiar here. But the key difference is that I don't need an output elasticity, I need a revenue elasticity because I'm interested in the marginal revenue product of labor, which means that the residual omega includes both productivity and demand shocks, okay? And I observe revenue, so that's going to be easier. I'm not subject to the price bias. This is what I'm getting. So across areas, monopsony, the markdown range between 1.2 to 1.8. In net terms is 0.2, 0.8, which is high, but it's consistent with the literature, even papers using completely different approaches. So it's actually, these are actually reassuring numbers. So when we move from less to more monopsonistic labor markets, what I get is that I'm focusing only on a few of these results. The marginal product of labor and TFPR dispersion go up, and this is misallocation. Well, I'm observing lower wages and more entrepreneurship using different definition, and also a reduction in IT diffusions and aggregate productivity. Okay, so just a few caveats. These are just correlation. Okay, then I'm also doing some robustness controlling for whether it's a firm in the north or in the south, urban versus rural, but are just correlation. And indeed, these are not the estimations I use for quantifying the effect. The quantification is going through the model. It's a structural quantification, estimation. No? So this is just correlation, but it's not this number that play any role in my estimate of the large magnitude of the effect. But I think it's still interesting to see that the correlations are incredibly clean, and these are novel results. It's not some type of correlation that has been shown, as far as I know, in other contribution. So the dispersion in MRPL and TFPR correlate pretty well with the degree of monopsony. These are bin scatters. Each cross is one under province here observations. And if we look at the average wage, again, perhaps this is expected, of course, more monopsony, lower wages, but the entrepreneurship rate goes in the same direction. Now, this definition uses both self-employed and employers. That's why the number is so high. If you focus on employers, you get exactly the same very clean result. And finally, this is going to be about firm size and productivity and intangible usage, whether the logs of the stock or whether the intensity divided by the number of workers. So it's a very clean result what I'm serving the data. And I don't have much time, so I'm going to skip through the quantification. Let me just say that I'm indeed finding that the selection effect, so a weaker selection, more firms active, and the technology diffusion effect play a dominant role over the misallocation channel. And this is how just the prediction of the model and the data compare. Mostly good, only on the extreme value of monopsony, probably something else is going on. This is how monopsony can also explain some differences in productivity between north and south. Again, there is not much time. And so just let me conclude with the last slide. I'm proposing a new theory of monopsony as a key source of productivity losses, and the mechanism acts through distortion in the size distribution and in technology diffusion. And this can act as a powerful explanation, not just in a counterfactual experiment, but also looking at heterogeneity in monopsony between areas, north versus southern Italy, for instance. And then I'm providing new evidence, estimating monopsony at a different level with a slightly different method compared to the literature that usually uses output elasticities. And I show that the wages systematically are below the efficient level, especially in the south, and the degree of monopsony is associated with what I expect from a model. Lower wages, smaller firms, and again, crucially, reduced level of aggregate productivity. Thank you.
Perfect timing, and now, as an discussant, we have Philip Schnattiger from the Bank of England, and the floor is yours for about
Thank you.
7, 8.
How many minutes do you have? 10. Great. Cool. So, first thing to say, I really enjoyed reading this paper. It's incredibly well written, and it has really a model that has incredible amounts to offer. Good. So first thing, it starts with this very tractable theoretical model, which sheds, if you want, a new light on a particular old question which has been prevalent in Southern Europe, particularly in Southern Europe. Sorry, my wife is Greek, so I know the policy discussions there very well, which is why does flourishing entrepreneurship in the form of small enterprises go hand in hand with low productivity outcomes. And there's multiple theories that have been proposed, so that this one is absolutely new to me. So the answer here essentially is that high monopolistic employer market power drives ill-suited entrepreneurships from the labor force into entrepreneurship, and you have, as a result, excessive entrepreneurship. And this then also leads to employer-specific preferences. This is driven by employer-specific preferences, but apologies, employer-specific preferences drive further for workers the wages down, and overall this leads to essentially less productive and smaller firms, but in comparison the smaller firms are larger. And then we have a second effect, which is that productivity outcomes are worsened through a technology adoption channel, which essentially is that firms are less able, or it pays off less for them to pay the sunk costs. On the one hand, there's less resources, on the other hand, they are less productive as a result of this channel. So Bernardo really flips the script here on labor monopoly power of the papers I'm more familiar with, which is usually a discussion where large employer size in the area causes the monopoly. So here, large monopoly power causes smaller employer size, and that's really an interesting outcome. I'll relate this also to empirical results in the literature. Bernardo then verifies this with these model predictions on Italian microdata on geographical units and industries. I have a couple of comments about that. So first, about the model setup. I'm not going to walk through the entire model again. There's two sources of heterogeneity for the individual in the model. One is entrepreneurial ability, and the other is a preference for a firm. This preference is unknown at the time when the agent chooses whether to become an entrepreneur or whether to work in the tech sector, which is just something to pin down the costs for technology adoption. So the one comment I have about this is that this is a nifty trick, and I believe that it can lead to good outcomes. It merits a bit more discussion than there is in the paper, which is that this is preference is related to locational preferences. This to me looks more like something that is an ex post realization to employer to a choice, so some kind of match specific capital that is being created once the worker works at the firm. I don't think this needs a full endogenization of the model. It needs more a discussion where this expectation comes from. This also relates then to the assumption, which is then down there, which would be that essentially the worker knows the wages in tech and the outcome of entrepreneurship, but then has essentially a stochastic outcome on work, which is at least for risk, something that merits discussion for risk-averse workers, because this would mean generally that the payoffs to work, which might be actually the case, are larger than the payoffs to entrepreneurship, rather than equal here. Good. Let me skip here a bit. These are more my notes for understanding the model. So Bernardo said he had 10 theoretical predictions. I found 5, but that might be a preliminary reading of the paper. I think the really most important one is this reallocation from due to labor market power from larger to smaller firms, which reduces the size dispersion of firms in an area. In the interest of time, you can read the descriptions as you go on. Let's go to the empirical evaluation. So Bernardo told you about the data. The results are absolutely beautiful. They work excellently. In some way, I'm a bit worried that they are too good to be true, which is at the moment the controls are north-south and rural-urban controls, which are the first controls I would have thought of as well. The verification of the paper then focuses very strongly on essentially the predictions of the paper, and one could, in a sense, do more to fence off other stories, which could also explain these results, which are, many stories have been told in Italy. There are dual labor markets in regions with high monopoly power, which could explain a lot of the results of the model. Credit market frictions. The map that you showed, I've Googled how the map of unemployment looks in Italy. It looks pretty much the same. So that also would be the size of labor market power as a source of essentially reduced labor market power for the workers. Similarly, credit market frictions look very similar. So you have very strongly this north-south divide there as well. And finally, the question, to what extent does industry composition play a role here? That should be something that could be in the control. This is on the one hand public sector industries, which might fulfill a lot of these characters there. So there's high employer market power and a high preference for workers to stay with these industries. But at the same time, these industries would possibly be lower in technology adoption. And then there's some other industries like tourism and accommodation, which essentially favor this kind of small-scale entrepreneurship and have otherwise low wages due to essentially difficulty to organize labor in these industries. And there's probably also a north-south divide there. So very much in the spirit of CompNet, regarding the empirics, one of the suggestions is really, is Italy the right country to evaluate this model? There's other countries with much fewer alternative stories. For instance, and I'm a researcher in the Bank of England, I had the pleasure to discuss competition and market power in the UK labour market, produced by research colleagues at Competition and Markets Authority in 2024, which found very counterintuitive results that wages are lowest, where employer competition is highest, which would very much be in line with this model. And there's far fewer stories that essentially to fence off against in the UK. And at the same time, which also shows that I'm buying the model, there is, I think, an idea to essentially discuss a bit better the effect of low-skilled entrepreneurs and technology adoption, which kind of directly links this effect or identifies the effect of low-skilled entrepreneurs on technology adoption, rather than those being like these firms being like other small firms. So these are the quick contributions. I'm out of time. Bottom line, really a great paper with a beautiful theoretical model, which is really ripe for further applications and extensions and empirical evaluations.
Thank you so much. Bernardo, are you okay to get some questions from the audience and then deal with them all at once? Is that so I'm sure this will have some questions up there all the way in the back if the microphone can. Well, there's online people, so it'd be good if you spoke with the microphone.
Thank you for the presentations. Very simple question. When you started the presentation, you started with this intangible and sunk cost, so someone immediately starts thinking about high-skilled workforce. And then I'm thinking, how much monopsony power can be for high-skilled workforce, especially if they are much more susceptible to migration, isn't it? So, and in the model part, I'm not able to rationalize or see how you can think of migration within your model, actually. So.
And there first, and then see where the microphone comes first.
Beautiful paper, Bernardo. Bernardo was one of our LSE star students, so we're very glad that he's doing so well. I think the qualitative insight here that is really important is that when you reduce the boundaries to entrepreneurship, you're basically giving more space to the worst entrepreneurs, right? So I think that's a beautiful insight of your paper. In practice, I think a concern for policymakers is that there are people that are good entrepreneurs that are unable to become entrepreneurs, for example, because they don't have the family money to pay some of those upfront costs. So can you talk a bit about what, from a policy perspective, the lesson is from this paper when it comes to stimulating entrepreneurship, right? What are the pitfalls and what is best practice?
Yeah. Ralph?
Thank you. I have a more general question that drives me, which is related to technology diffusion, adoption, and firm size. To which extent will the next, basically, technology revolution related to artificial intelligence change the parameters of your setting? Because my impression is, by the fact that that technology, to a large extent, is universally provided by big suppliers at the same cost for everyone. So everyone has access then to whatever Google and so on and the artificial intelligence products that they provide. Would it change the setup in your model and the distribution of technology, or wouldn't it?
And I'd actually like to close with one, and it's related to the discussant, but also to the prior paper on place-based policies. And there's an enormous correlation there between North-South and having monopsony and not. And so is this just a question of taste? The monopsony is a taste parameter, and so the regions are poor because of the tastes of the people? Or is there some policy, there that would say, okay, this is something to do, can you explain a bit more or find out what is the true cause of the monopsony power, and can you then look at something that might mitigate it?
So I have one question. I know that you have already 4 questions to address. I'll just throw in one more, which is very closely related to what Eric just mentioned. So it has to do with your model, which I thought was very elegant. So the source of labor market power in your model is this taste parameter, right? And so you emphasize this selection channel as well, right? So the individuals that select into entrepreneurship. So one could also argue that the labor market power is also endogenous to the mass of entrepreneurs. At least in your monopolistic competition setting, that seems to be exogenous. I know you mentioned you have an oligopolistic setting as well, so I'm curious to hear more about that. But how are you thinking about this endogeneity issue? Are you thinking about these are marginally productive entrepreneurs, so that it really doesn't, they don't do that much? In terms of this additional endogeneity, or is that something that you, put aside?
Have 2 or 3 minutes to respond to all of this. Good luck.
I will do my best. So, okay, let's start with a fantastic discussion I got. Also because I think the first point that was raised was about oligopoly, so at least I can answer to both. So the reason why I think we should focus on monopolistic rather than oligopolistic competition in Italy, because I found a high degree of labor market power in areas where firms are really small. Okay, so if I need to think about the American economy, perhaps I would come up with a different model. But the idea that monopsony only comes from sites where I can even estimate that micro firms have rather substantial wedges, I think doesn't really, is really not consistent with reality. Now, thinking about instead, generally speaking, the mechanism, how it works. So in the appendix, I have some kind of Cournot competition, basically, no? In which monopsony, the labor market power only comes from sites. So what is going to happen? That this Cournot is basically some type of Atkinson-Bernstein model, but for the labor markets. It's Berger and Cotters. And so it's still some preference parameter. So there is one that is between firms within a market and one between markets. If you're large, the elasticity doesn't matter, is more the one between markets, okay? If I move only the one between markets, so only the one affecting large firms, so it's basically a purely oligopolistic channel, what I get is that this partially offset the effect, but only partially. So the mechanism is still there. It's only partially affected. One may say, okay, then the effect is eventually much smaller than what you find. Not necessarily, because how I aggregate a labor market monopsony is using the average. If it's oligopsony, what matters is the markdown of very large firms. So I would get much more heterogeneity, so can even go in the opposite direction. I haven't quantified the oligopsonistic model. I can't find closed form solution with that. Of course, I can find a numerical solution, and this is actually on the to-do list. Okay, so thank you very much for your point about this. Now, timing. So, yeah, agents. The reason why agents look at the average wage is because before entry, they cannot see employers. Employers don't exist. So it would make no sense in the model. Then if instead you're talking about reality, of course, I don't expect them to simply look at expected. However, even in a more dynamic model, I suspect that at the steady state, the condition must hold. Otherwise, they would come out from the labor force. Risk aversion, I can't take it seriously because now profit is determined. In reality, we know that even given your managerial ability, there's a lot of dispersion. So I don't think that in reality, a risk-averse person going to entrepreneurship, maybe even the opposite. Alternative stories, this is very important. It's very important. I don't infer markdowns from the size distribution or any other real-world number that is endogenously affected by the stories you're thinking about. I directly estimate the markdown, and then I put the markdown in my model, and in my model, there is only this mechanism, no? So, in a sense, if I estimated markdown looking at, I don't know, different size distribution between markets, of course, everything affecting this heterogeneity would be captured by markdown, but it's not what I'm doing. So that's why, indeed, I'm using the model to identify only the mechanism I have, not alternative stories. Credit market friction, I'm not sure it would go in the same direction, because credit market friction often discourages small firms. So basically, if you think that credit market frictions have more powerful explanation for the Italian economy, then we should also conclude that firms are too large in Italy, which I don't think is really the case. There is no public sector in the company data, only market industries. Perhaps surprising, I find pretty low margins in accommodation, much lower than the average level. So I don't think this is a concern for me. And the reason why I think Italy is the perfect country, on top of the fact that the fundamental data are pretty good, it's also that my story has a lot to do about preference. And now I'm going back to Eric's question. Now, this taste is not necessarily only exogenous. If I compare two firms, I don't like one firm because it's far away. But do I have good infrastructure to reach the firm? Maybe not. So of course, policy can do a lot to reduce the imperfect substitutability between employers. And in a country in which, especially in the South, infrastructures are incredibly poor, and from even cultural norms, you know, the importance of family reduces your ability to move and go to a location with lower monopsony. Or house ownership, like pretty much every anecdotal evidence would support a story in which in Italy there is a taste aspect in which that make workers more subject to this kind of rent extraction from firms. And then very, very quickly about the remaining question, there is one about high-low skill. Yeah, the paper is not much about it, but just to mention, there is evidence that actually high-skilled workers are even more subject to monopsony power. and is related to comparative advantage. And I'm happy to share the paper. It's not a paper of mine, but it's a fantastic paper that was presented in the NPR Summer Institute a few months ago. Migration, yeah, it's not in the paper because, yeah, it's not really part of the mechanism in mind. But just let me say that, perhaps implicitly, I do have a worker that doesn't like a firm in terms of taste, perhaps because it's far away, but can accept the offer if the wage offer is much higher. So even if I don't have explicit model of migration, in my model, it is happening that there are workers preferring a firm for the wage and not the non-monetary utility, which I think is quite similar to what would happen with migration. Stimulate entrepreneurship, yeah, my paper would say, look, you really need to do serious screening for these subsidies because the average firm is not led by necessarily by a highly innovative entrepreneur. Like the median size in Italy is 4 employees. So at the margin, this is what you're subsidizing. So I'd say that screening for skills, industry, if possible, obviously entrepreneurial quality, but it's much more difficult, I think it's something that is really necessary because horizontal subsidies are going to make, in my opinion, productivity lower. We're gonna have to, and I'm going to close here and leave the room for the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think next time I hear this, I might get fully convinced. But you're getting there. Thanks. Really good stuff. Okay, next up, a topic that I guess I've also really enjoyed hearing about. It's job protection and deregulation, also in the context of the Italian job market. We have Guido Franco, and then later Lucas Bernard as a discussant. So the floor is yours for.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Filippo. It's always a pleasure to be here from Malta, from the extreme south to the extreme north of Europe. But, you know, I experienced your same first impression. It has been a super pleasant evening, a super pleasant welcome here in Vilnius. So thank you very much again. So I'm sorry, we have seen many models until now. I'll go through with a very simple paper, an old style diff in diff, which is exactly about the impact of job protection deregulation on productivity and the income distribution. I don't know if I see the slides here. Okay, here they are, but not here yet. So an important disclaimer, I started writing this paper in between my OECD experience and secondment in Confindustria. Of course, the views expressed here are just those of me and my co-author Gabriele, and not those of all our organizations. You will understand especially why a business association may not like the results we find on the labor share about the impact of job protection deregulation. So, motivation for this paper. We have been talking a lot in all our conferences about the productivity growth decline, especially in advanced economies, and several explanations have been put forward: slower innovation, reduced technology diffusion, weaker investment dynamics, and so on. I don't think I have to go through this to this audience. And, well, labor market rigidity, especially in Europe, has been put forward as one of the explanations. It's well known it reduces productivity-enhancing reallocation, and it may also impact firms' technical efficiency. But the literature, I mean, is quite broad on the topic. We'll review it briefly. But it always focuses on increases in employment protection deregulation. So what we ask is, what happens if we deregulate employment protection to within firm productivity? And second, if there is an effect, a positive effect, make the case, what are the distributional effects between workers and capital owners? Well, the Italian Jobs Act, a very large reforms implemented in Italy in 2014, allowed us for a good setting to test these questions, as there was a threshold over which employment protection differed across firms, put at 15 employees. And basically this threshold was ultimately removed. We'll look at the details very soon. So what we use is firm-level PANE data, a difference in differences approach, and what are our key findings? Deregulation boosts total factor productivity in treated firms by 1% over 5 years. but this implied a decline in the labor share of around 0.7 percentage points over the same time span. So let me start with some very brief theoretical considerations. First, how does employment protection impact productivity? Two main channels. One is via locative efficiency. I think this is well known. Both theoretically, it basically acts as a tax on job separation and hirings, as well as empirically. No need to discuss this further. But there is some kind of more uncertainty when you turn to within-firm productivity, so the other driver of aggregate productivity. You can think of three main channels: work for composition, workers' efforts, and capital deepening, which could go in both directions. Okay, let's take the last one, which will be the most relevant in our paper, another spoiler of the results. Well, on the one hand, higher APL may reduce the adoption of new technologies, as if the need to restructure arises, well, that's tougher for firms to restructure their workforce. On the other side, increases in employment protection creates more stable firm employee matches, which can, let's say, foster training in firm-specific, let's say, abilities and favor investments. And well, the empirical literature on all this is quite burgeoning. We have some aggregate studies which did not find very conclusive evidence. Probably it's exactly the aggregate nature of the data which does not allow to dig further. When we go to allocative efficiency, once again, no doubts. Higher APL reduces allocative efficiency. But when we go on technical efficiency, well, the impacts are generally negative, but the channels are unclear. So TFP is generally found to go down, but there are some different stories, especially about capital deepening. And once again, all these papers are about basically increases in employment protection, while the only paper analyzing the impact of a deregulation reform is a paper from Bjugren. I'm sorry with the Swedish if I pronounce it very badly. And what they find is that basically easing employment protection increased labor productivity, and this increase is explained both by TFP and capital deepening. So I mentioned the Italian Jobs Act. Well, another motivation for doing the paper was that in June there was a big referendum, to try to abolish the reform. The referendum failed, but this was a quite highly debated reform in Italy. So beyond the fact that it provides, let's say, quite a good setting for an empirical economist, it was also quite highly debated in the last months. So what is all this about? Before 2015, employment protection had basically a dual regime with stricter dismissal rules for firms above 15 employees. Those firms required a just cause or justified reasons for dismissals. But after the dismissal, what could happen is that workers could appeal to a court. The courts, in Italy are generally not very fast. It can take a long time, and the workers could be reinstated, in which case the firm has to pay back for all the period of the lengthy court procedure, so quite a big uncertainty for firms. But below this threshold, there was just a compensation for wrong dismissals, so there was certainty. What happened? There has been a first deregulation attempt in 2012, what is called Fornero reform, which somehow tried to reduce this gap between the firms, but it didn't, let's say, eliminate it, because it still did not exclude the possibility of reinstatement, and it was only about economic dismissals, so not any other cause of dismissals. What happens instead in 2013 with the Jobs Act, end of 2013, is that a reinstatement has been fully eliminated, so no possibility to reinstate the worker in the firm, and importantly, the compensation has become certain for the firms because it's linked to the worker's tenure. So there is no more uncertainty on how much you have to pay back your worker if your dismissal is deemed unjustified. And this compensation is set at 2 months' salary per year of service, with a minimum and a maximum cap. There has been also settled an out-of-court settlement, which further reduces the compensation, but, and this will be quite important for our findings, in 2018, there has been a ruling for the Constitutional Court which basically said that this automatic computation of the compensation is unconstitutional. So some uncertainty has been reintroduced again. Some data and stylized facts. Well, data are very simple. Probably many of you know about it. AIDA is just the Italian component of Orbis. So it's Orbis firm level data. We apply very standard data cleaning procedures in light, following Kalem-Liotskan et al., old colleagues at the OECD. We estimate TFP a la Wooldridge and labor productivity as value added per employee. And now we'll discuss this later. We will somehow limit our sample to firms near the threshold, because of course we need a comparable treatment and control groups. And here you have quite some descriptive statistics on the right, both for the treatment and control groups, which already show somehow that already in the raw data, you can see a sort of diff in diff going on there. But let me skip to the model, a very simple diff in diff. So we have our outcome variable, which is either the log of TFP in the baseline or log of labor productivity, capital deepening, wage bill per employee, or the labor share. And our main regressor of interest is just a dummy for treated firms, so firms just above or just below the threshold, interacted with a pre-post dummy or just with an early dummy, which also allows us to control for pre-trends. Then you have a bunch of standard controls, firm fixed effects, sector by time or even sector by region. As Bernardo showed, Italian regions are quite different. So sector by region by year fixed effects, and all this is estimated through OLS, and we try very different standard errors clustering. Very important, our sample, we focus on firms near the threshold. In the baseline, we'll look at firms in between 8 and 13 employees and compare them to firms between 16 and 20 employees, so excluding firms at 14 and 15 precisely to avoid that they were not somehow a proper control group because they were very close to the treatment threshold, and we'll have a bunch of robustness about this. So what matters first in a diff in diff? We need no pre-trends, and so this is what we test very briefly here, both with the linear trends and with early dummy, and there is no statistical difference between the treatment and the control groups, no statistically significant difference. So broadly we can say, the pre-trend assumption holds. And again, if you believe that a 13 employees firms is quite similar to a 16 employees firms, well, okay, we should have minimized potential differences among the two groups. Also in the post-reform period, for all that matters, that was not this reform. So let's jump into the results as time flies. So our baseline findings on TFP is again, the reform induced a 1% increase in TFP of treated firms relative to the control groups. Here you have the static model with just the pre and post. It holds without controls, with firm level controls, adding region fixed effects, and so on, while on the right-hand side, just in front of Eric, you have the dynamic model looking at every year. And what's interesting here is that contrary to our expectations, somehow the effects appears to be stronger on impact in the first 3 years. And our first explanation is exactly that the court rulings in 2018 created again some uncertainty which somehow diluted the impact of the reforms. But there could be another explanation I'll discuss soon. So there is quite some strong sectoral heterogeneity in our findings. So the effect is much larger in services than in manufacturing, which is something we expected, as usually services firms, especially in sectors such as accommodation, restaurants, so on, are much less structured. So being just above or below the threshold could really make the difference. And I mean, very naturally, the effect is lower in more capital-intensive sectors, so the effect is higher in labor-intensive sectors. So we played a lot with the clustering. We defined the treatment over 2 years, 2013 and 14, rather than just 14. We use very different type of bands, narrower bands, larger bands. We include firms with exactly 14 and 15 employees in the control groups. We exclude even more firms close to the threshold to be sure that movement, it's really not just happening there for firms for which somehow they are implicitly treated for other reforms. And basically, the results are always the same that you have seen. It's just when we look at narrower bands, actually the impact remains significant also in 2018 and 2019. But there's another potential confounding factor I haven't discussed yet, which is that in 2015, together with the Jobs Act, a flat subsidy, hiring subsidy, was introduced in Italy. So a subsidy which was flat and available to all firms. So what we want to be sure, especially given that our TFP effect vanishes over time, is that what we find is not driven by the subsidy. We don't have direct evidence of this, but I mean, turning a bit around with several explanations, we could exclude that this is what is driving our results. First, the subsidy was flat across firms. It was 8,000 euro per firm year to pay social security contributions. Then, if it applied uniformly, I don't see why it should affect some differently a 16-employee firm and a 13-employee firm. But let's for a moment take the case that it does affect them differently. Well, as the subsidy had a cap, as I said, it is implicitly more beneficial for smaller firms. They usually have lower wage employees, so the subsidy could have covered a larger part, let's say, of the worker's wage. So if something, firms in our control group could have benefited more from the subsidy. And indirectly, we could test this prediction, and we showed that the labor cost decreased more it increased less for firms in the control group. So going somehow in the direction of a downward bias to our findings. On the other side, you could claim, well, if this subsidy was so advantageous for control firms, they may have overhired, lowering their productivity mechanically. But we do not find any evidence about this because employment grew more in treated firms than in control firms. So let me rush that, 5 minutes left. What we do next? Our results hold if we look at labor productivity rather than TFP. Actually, they are quite larger and more persistent, as you can see in the table. They stay statistically significant. And why? Well, because we find a positive impact of the reform on capital deepening. You know, treated firms increased the capital to labor ratio by 2.2% more than control firms. And this effect has been increasing over time. So our interpretation of these findings is exactly that lowering firing costs somehow have unlocked firms' potential to invest in more efficient but maybe riskier technology, because if the need arises, there is quite some more flexibility to adjust your labor force. But this has come at a cost, and the productivity gains has not been shared equally. We find, you would say unexpectedly, that the wage bill per employee, just take it as a proxy for the wage, increased more for treated firms than control firms. But if you compare the estimate, this increase has been half of the labor productivity increase. Okay, so it means that, you know, the productivity gains did not windfall to workers. And we test this explicitly by taking the labor share, so the wage bill as a share of value added, which exactly declined over time by 0.7 percentage points over 5 years. A result which is strikingly similar to aggregate findings from Ciminelli, Duval, and Furceri, and that aligns with the theoretical prediction of a right-to-manage model with capital and labor complementarity, which shows exactly that a decrease in employees' contractual power leads to a decline in the labor share if both, if capital and labor are complementary. So just wrapping up, is basically the first study examining together the effect of a deregulation on both productivity and the income distribution. We find that the deregulation improved technical efficiency and capital deepening, but wages were not keeping up with productivity, so the income distribution shifted towards capital owners. Then more broadly, I mean, the political economy of all this is that APL is very difficult to be removed once it's in place. This is what's experienced in Italy, and so there should be quite some caution already in designing it in a way that does not hamper productivity. Well, thank you, and happy to get any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Perfectly in time, even with a minute to spare, so we can have some extra time for discussion, which will be good. And now we have Lucas Bernard from Oxford to give the discussion. Welcome. 10 minutes on the clock.
Right. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the invitation, and thanks so much, Guido, for this paper. I had great pleasure reading it, and I prepared a short discussion that should be here in a second. All right, so I'm going to give a brief introduction and then limit myself to 3 main comments on the paper. So what does the paper talk about? So the paper is framed in terms of productivity growth that has declined in advanced economies over the last couple of years. And the paper points out this one potential cause, which is labor market regulations, and specifically employment protection legislations, which raise the cost of dismissal. And theoretically, the paper says that this employment protection legislation has an ambiguous effect on firm productivity. On the one side, it can reduce efficiency by incentivizing firms to rely more on temporary contracts. On the other hand, it might incentivize larger investment in human capital and raise match quality and thereby increase efficiency. So given this theoretically ambiguity, the paper then goes on and says, all right, let's causally estimate the effect on firm efficiency directly and use the Italian Jobs Act in 2014 as kind of our quasi-experimental lab, and also assess the distributional effects across workers and firms. Now, the setting and the data look as follows. So we look at the Italian Jobs Act in 2014, which deregulated job protection law and lowered the cost of dismissal. Specifically, it replaced the reinstatement of unjustified dismissals with financial compensation, thereby lowering the cost of dismissal. And the key threshold, the key interesting threshold about this Jobs Act is that it's applicable only to firms above 13 employees, whereas firms below or equal 13 employees were unaffected by the reform. Now, the authors matched this setting with an impressive data set. That's panel firm level data from the AIDA database. And that's basically economic data on most Italian capital companies, which to 99% are small, medium enterprises. And it covers roughly 50% of aggregate employment and turnover. And the key measures, it looks at a TFP, labor productivity, capital per worker, wages, and labor share. All right. Now, the empirical strategy is a standard diff and diff kind of structure where we use the authors use the 15 employee threshold to identify effects for firms just above and below that threshold, running the following regression where we have the treatment, the beta 1 is the effect, the coefficient of the treatment, and we control for lag firm specificity, time invariant firm characteristics, and industry-specific demand and supply shocks. Now, there are two key identifying assumptions the author brings forward. One is that there are parallel pre-treatment trends, and the authors show that for the years 2011 to 2013, that is the case. And there are no differential confounders around the threshold, and the authors try to control for this by including this, this industry-specific demand and supply fixed effect. Now, there are two key results in this paper. The first result is really on this technical efficiency part that implies that firm TFP increases by roughly 1% after the reform. And we can see this result in the following graph. There's a significant increase in the TFP of firms. However, it fades out after 3 years, and I think the short-lived aspect of the effect is something really, really interesting, and we're going to dive into that in 2 slides. And the second main result is about distribution. So really, how has this productivity gain been distributed? On the one hand, they also show that the wages per worker increased by 0.9%, and that's to some extent counterintuitive, because we would think that EPL would weaken workers' bargaining power and thereby reduce the wages. And authors bring forward 2 candidate explanations. One, perhaps TFP improvements were so large that they actually offset the bargaining effects of workers, or potentially temporary contracts have been substituted for permanent ones, which reduced employment, thereby increasing wages per workers and increasing hours. The second kind of sub-result on the distribution is really about the labor share. And there the authors show that on impact, the labor share falls by 0.3 percentage points, and that decline actually increases up to 0.7 percentage points in 2019. And the authors interpret this as an income distribution shifting towards the capital owners, thereby the gains from the productivity boost are unequally distributed between workers and firms. I have 3 main comments on this paper. On the one hand, so let's start with the design and scope and confounds. So I think that's a great regulatory quasi-experiment, this Italy's Jobs Act in 2014. And I think what really is interesting as well is, and I think you could use it a bit more, is that there's a subsequent reform in 2018 that actually reverses the deregulation a bit. And we see that in 2018 also the TFP effect seems to fade out. So perhaps there's a way of actually using the second reform to give even broader evidence on the effect of this deregulation. I was also wondering whether anticipation within the study can play a role. So is there potentially a chance for firms to pre-select across thresholds knowing that the Jobs Act might come? I wasn't quite sure whether anticipation was something that could be taken serious. Now, the paper mostly focuses on the local average treatment effect around this threshold, and the paper is phrased around the general productivity slowdown in advanced economies. So I was wondering, how much do these firms actually, matter for aggregate productivity growth, or is it really something that we should just think of in terms of small firm efficiency gains? And then I was wondering whether there might be an additional identifying assumption, which is a stable treatment unit value. And that means that are there potentially spillovers between controlled and treated firms, such as competition spillovers, that could bias the effect a bit? So if the treated group actually grows a lot and that increases competition for the control group, does that affect the coefficients in any way? My second comment is about the mechanisms, and I think here the interesting result is that labor productivity also increases more than TFP. And I think that's consistent with this capital deepening story that you bring forward, that firms invest more in capital per worker and that increases labor productivity. I think there may be other possible mechanisms that you could be able to explore. One is kind of this effort channel where weaker job protection also incentivizes new hires to increase effort, or a composition channel where firms switch towards temporary contracts. And I think it would be interesting, perhaps there's a way to give direct or maybe illustrative evidence to disentangle these channels. So was there a change in the contract composition around this Jobs Act? And also, was there a change in the turnover rate? So did separations happen more frequently after the firing costs have fallen? And then my last comment is on the second result, the distribution result. here the key result is that the labor share falls and wages rise. And the interpretation you bring forward is that these efficiency gains were disproportionately moved towards capital owners. And I think there might be another possible composition effect where potentially capital-intensive industries expend more or less. And that would be interesting to assess this effect specifically with the capital-labor complementarity that you also briefly talk about in the paper. But I think there could be some more interesting results in really assessing the cross-industry differences after the Jobs Act. I was also wondering what really is the right measure to assess the efficiency equity trade-off. So is it the wages versus the labor share? Is it the type of employment that changes after these reforms? Perhaps there are various ways of assessing the equity part of the policy. And then finally, I guess for some further policy takeaways could be very interesting. For example, what are policy possibilities to distribute the efficiency gains from deregulation or regulations more evenly? I think you could shed some more light on this because you have some really great results on the direct effects. And then also I was wondering, because you have this wide breadth of like all the firms, what workers and firms were most affected by this EPL, and could that also give you some more interesting results you could assess? All right. I'm great on time. That's good. So, takeaway, I think it's a super interesting paper. It's novel evidence on this ubiquitous labor market policy. And I think it's a great setting for further research. And thank you so much.
Great. Now, I know this topic generates heated debate in Italy. Let's see if in the Northern Europe it also does the same. So, and we'll wait for the Italians to comment. So let's see if there's any people from around here. Yes.
Thanks very much for a great paper. I wanted to ask the Chet Siverson question, which is everything that you're estimating here is TFPR instead of TFP, and I thought the consensus in IO was that that's mostly a measure of profitability. Right, so if you show that if you cost firms costs, they become more profitable, right? The question is, should we be that surprised by that?
Let's collect a few more questions. I see someone in the back moving, or was there just a spurious hand movement? Okay. We'll get Bernardo in a second. Well, actually, Bernardo, go ahead.
Thank you. No, just one question if you're thinking about the model, because I think that the increasing capital deepening is hard to square with the first order condition. Like, one may think that a lower labor cost is going to induce a substitution from capital towards labor, or might think that even with fixed proportion, there is no effect. But the positive effect is quite surprising to me. So I wonder if perhaps fixed costs, now coming from the previous presentation, play a role. But perhaps it's just because firms need a mass for some of these capital assets, because otherwise I think it's difficult to interpret this result. And the second one is about the choice of the design. Like, you are already like reducing the set of firms in something that seems to be pointing towards an RDD rather than diff and diff. So I wonder just if you put homogeneous weights, is what you're doing, is a diff and diff. But if you just weight firms by the distance from the cutoff, this literally becomes an RDD, which I think will make your assumptions a bit easier. Like, for instance, I didn't see strong pre-trends, but there was some kind of weak pre-trend, and I think if you move towards an RDD, this would be safer, no? And yeah, that's...
Okay. Actually, I wanted to make a point about the same thing. I've got a paper on the EPL, and in that paper, it really is the riskiness, and you mentioned it a bit, it's the riskiness of the investment, and after a firm that doesn't face the firing costs or face the penalty of changing workers isn't going to do things that make employment variability in the future higher. So I actually interpret indeed your capital deepening as one that says maybe they're investing in risky technology because they're able to weather. And that means that I'm not surprised that the TFP on average is 0. You can have a completely mean equivalent technology but a higher variance. If you get a good draw, you scale up. So the weighted average of those capital deepening effects will become larger. So that would be a thing you could test in your data, whether the firms that do invest that they on average have 0 TFP gain, but over time, the ones with the successful outcomes grow more. All right, you can.
Thank you very much. Great comments from the discussants, great question. Fortunately, I got a bit less than Bernardo, so hopefully I can get through them a bit faster. Among some of the points made in the discussion, I think they're all great. These were all questions we asked ourselves. There are some we are working on, exactly about trying to dig a bit further which type of firms benefited more, some kind of more heterogeneity analysis, which at the moment is quite limited. On the other side, we really wanted to go deeper in the channels, but we don't have firm worker level data. So what we just do is there is a well-published paper from Tito Boeri, who tackles the same question from the worker perspective and shows that actually, to some of your question, most adjustment occurred through the hiring rather than the separation margins. And this is something that we expect as the Jobs Act had a grandfathering provision. So workers that were already in the firm were unaffected. So of course the effect cannot go through firings, if not in the medium term, and a sort of rebalancing of contracts from temporary contracts towards open-ended but somehow less protected contracts. But this is unfortunately not evidence we can, let's say, bring directly. Let me go then to the aggregate gains and the question from Bernardo at the same time. I fully agree that we could try then a sort of pure RDD in the sense that you make at the beginning, we ended up with this average solution because we are also a bit then concerned of the aggregate effects, but then we say, okay, at the beginning, we wanted to plug everything inside. We were finding something, not something dissimilar, but then you say, okay, what's about comparing a 250 employee firms with 10 employee firms? That's another world. So I agree that at this point, maybe we could shift towards, once we restricted the focus on this narrow band of firms. But back to the aggregate gains, well, that's an open question because I don't know how much this mattered for much larger firms that still have the possibility to select workers much better. And also, the possibility to do the big fixed investments that Eric was mentioning. Here, it's really a matter of bearing the risk of an investment without needing to restructure. And if you have the financial strength to do it, you could do it. So I don't expect large firms to be more affected. Then let me turn to Martin. Yes, definitely it's TFPR. This is what we have. We just have 2-digit industry deflators. So it's not surprising. No, what we try to do is also to include profitability in several metrics as controls, and the results stay there. I mean, it's imperfect because if you include profitability, then, it's almost an autoregression, but effect stays there, no? So, we tend to believe there is something. We have this capital deepening which goes in the same direction. So, there might still be something there. And yes, back once again to Eric, we really think the explanation is this kind of riskiness of investment. If you are such a small firm, we are talking of very small firms still, those included in the sample, then for you it quite matters a lot, especially given, the slow Italian judicial system. It's all the matter of uncertainty. It's not even the cost, but the fact that the uncertainty on what this cost would be is so large that you really could not plan. And this brings me to the other point, which I think is quite smart. You should exploit the 2018 counter-reform a bit more. That's true. We thought about it. Then, there are two reasons why we didn't go in this direction yet. First is, in 2020, COVID arrived. So if you want a bit of time span, and also AIDA is a great data set, Orbis is a great data set, but let's say, the changing of the sample is somehow data set driven more than really driven by the true turnover of firms. So what we did is several robustness check, keeping a permanent sample, having the full sample, but the more you enlarge the time span, the more heterogeneity in the sample, not driven by economic fundamentals, would be there. And this brings me also to the pre-trends. Yes, we see slightly in 2012 something which cast doubt with the Fornero reform, which happened in 2012, which may explain, but then it goes back. So in 2014, it goes down again. So, I mean, it's not perfect, but the pre-trend is there. Ideally, we would like to go more back in time and test also the 2012 Fornero reforms, but again, AIDA sample from 2010 to 2011, it doubles. So, I mean, we would be comparing apples with oranges from 2010 to 2011. We tried with, you know, keeping this very, very smaller sample there, and our results were still there in our baseline specification and not there when changing the reference here, let's say, for the reform. So I think I've covered most.
Great, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the speaker and the discussant. And, Aurelia, back to you. Our little jingle, please. Yes.
So thank you very much. Very productive first session. I know the coffee is waiting for us and everyone's super thirsty. Before that, if we could just spend 2 minutes for a quick group picture, that would be great. And then I will ensure that we have enough time for coffee.
Here.
Everyone, we need to go to the stairs for the photo, so you can follow me and Lira to the stairs.
Hello? So let me all welcome you to the second academic session of this conference. And the session is entitled Productivity Challenges, and it will address that important challenge that we're facing, that we are particularly facing also in Europe, from a cross-sectional perspective. And we have two papers as before, and the same rules of the game apply in terms of timing. And let me just then go straight to the first paper, and we are happy to have José García Lozoa Pérez with us, who works on the paper. It's a OECD arranged paper in a very interesting setting. Maybe you can also say a word of that. The floor is yours.
So thank you, Rolf, and thank you everyone for being here. I mean, maybe it's a bit weird that I say it, but thanks to organizers, even if I'm part of the organizer. But yeah, good thing I don't need to say how happy I am to be in Vilnius, because I've been living here for 6 years, but I'm very happy to listen all of you being surprised by how nice the city is. So I hope you will have time to enjoy it. So today I'm going to present, okay, let me start apologizing, because we were a bit optimistic that we will have an academic paper to present today. That's not going to be the case, so I'm going to present what has been released in July as part of the employment outlook of the OECD this year. So it's going to be the chapter on, we're trying to look at the role of job mobility to reignite growth in advanced economies, and how aging can affect this role of mobility. Okay, so as you see, it's a joint work with a lot of researchers. I'm going to just highlight the leads from OECD that are Jonas, Alexander, and Agnes, and then our academic leads that are Eliana Viviano and Patrick Bennett. And without much more to say, I'm going to just jump into this and give you some ideas of what's this project about. So this is a project that the OECD started around 2 years ago. So the main goal is to produce or contribute to the discussions of OECD, but in general academic discussions on issues that affect growth and inclusive work in particular, and give ideas on which policies and institutions work for this inclusive work. Okay? The idea is collect or gather researchers from different institutions that have access to administrative data to be able to use them in an harmonized way. So it's a bit on the idea of CompNet. Still, we are not releasing any type of data, but we are just basically using the same data sources or same type of data to produce papers. So what I'm going to present today is going to be this chapter, as already mentioned, that is basically evidence on the importance of job mobility for efficiency enhancing reallocation, in particular productivity growth, and the role of demographic change. Okay, so it's going to be quite of a practical presentation. What I'm going to do, we're going to try to quantify these things, and we are working on this academic version that, as I said, is led by Eliana Viviano, that is at Banca d'Italia, and Patrick Bennett in Liber. Okay, so the main idea of this project was a bit top-down from the OECD, and is basically based on these three sterilized facts. One of them already Guido mentioned it, is that if you observe the developments of productivity growth or growth in general in many of the advanced countries, this has weakened, and on top of that has become less inclusive in the sense that productivity is still growing, it's just growing slower. Wages are still growing, but they're growing even slower. And if you look at median wages, they are even growing slower. Okay, so this is what I meant by this is not that broadly shared. At the same time, in the same economies, you can observe a slowdown on job reallocation, or in general in dynamism. Depends on what you use to measure it. What we're going to be using is basically worker mobility to measure reallocation. But a slowdown has been happening in these economies, and there is a direct link between this reallocation and productivity growth. If you think about this reallocation implying that workers are moving from the least to the most productive companies, or even if when the worst companies just leave the market and new companies with better ideas enter. And at the same time, together with these two first facts, I mean, this I think is not news for anybody, but we are getting older, and the size of younger cohorts are becoming smaller. So lower birth rates and longer working lives, or lives in general, are making the workforce being older. And there are many reasons to think why aging can affect productivity through the reallocation channel if you think that, old workers are less mobile than young workers. Either because, you just found your dream job and you decide to stay there, or just because, structural change and your age is not pairing very well because, you are not able to adjust that quickly to AI, for instance, if you want to think about it, okay? So the main idea that this chapter is going to try to shed light is whether job mobility can help to reignite growth in OECD economies. I mean, we are not having data for all the OECD economies, but it's still on I think, a representative chunk, and how, aging can constrain this contribution. So why job mobility? I think, Guido highlighted a bit on why this may be important, but, if you think about mobility, as I already said, of, workers moving from the least to the most productive uses, just because of this changing, and leaving the least productive uses and using those resources more efficiently, that can boost productivity growth. On top of that, if you think about workers moving or being able to move wherever they want, this can also reduce market power of firms, and you can create not only productivity growth, but also this growth being more broadly shared, because, markdowns should be going down if there is this ability of workers to move freely to where they want. And, it's important also to keep in mind that, even if we manage, or we find a way of reigniting job mobility, and I managed to convince you that job mobility matters for growth, the opportunities for job mobility may not be equal to anyone. Not everyone may be benefiting from this, and by not being equal to anyone, I'm just probably highlighting that they are not the same for old and young workers. Okay? So what I'm going to do today, or what this chapter is going to try to shed light is that first is like whether we're going to try to quantify using data for 17 countries whether growth-enhancing reallocation takes place through voluntary or involuntary mobility. Okay, so I'm going to call it job-to-job mobility and employment mobility. We're going to try to quantify and just to give some numbers on what is the contribution of this reallocation and its components. So we're going to be separating voluntary and involuntary mobility from reallocation to aggregate and productivity growth. And finally, I'm going to show you something related to how these patterns are affected by aging. Okay, this last point it seems to be the point that we're going to be trying to touch upon on the academic paper. So if you have any ideas or comments, especially on this part, they are more than welcome. Okay, and just in case Rolf needs to shut me up, I'm going to just give you two main points that we find, at least in this chapter, is that job mobility is the main source behind the contribution of job reallocation to growth, and it contributes around 0 percentage points annually to either wage or productivity growth dynamics in OECD economies. And we also showed that between 2000 and 2020, aging slows growth by around 0.13 points. So basically, if you will have kept constant the age composition of employment at 2000, wage growth or productivity growth will be around 10% to 20% higher. Okay, and what we are trying to put forward is that this has to do with the fact that mid-career or older workers are not moving that often to higher-paying productivity firms. But it's important to understand why. Because if they already climbed the job ladder, I mean, maybe this is not bad for productivity growth. It's just we need to find ways of growing differently, but this is because of regulations like employment protection. Then there is a role for policy here. Okay, so let me go to the data. So we are leveraging 17 countries employer-employee data sets. Okay, so we are applying the same data code to each of these data sets. As you can see on the table, most of these data sets are coming from Social Security Administration. Some of them also for tax authority. We're going to create employment biographies of workers, and together with the firms, that is critical to follow them over time. We're going to be looking at the private sector, and we're going to remove non-agriculture dependent employment, and we're going to be computing measures of job-to-job and employment mobility and try to link it to firm quality or wages/productivity. Okay. So our main outcome is going to be, in general, average firm-level wages, and the reason is because for most of the countries is what we observe, but there is a set of countries that I'm highlighting in red, I think it is in the slide. So for Canada, Denmark, Finland, France, Hungary, Italy, Netherlands, Portugal, and Sweden, we observe some measure of productivity, either based on revenues or value added per worker. Okay? So for some of those countries, I'm going to be showing you the same results, both for wages and productivity. Okay? So this is the data, and first, what we try to do is to shed light on whether growth enhancing reallocation occurs through mobility, employment mobility, job-to-job mobility. So basically, we're going to do a very simple exercise. Okay, so if causality police is here, you can leave or just take me to jail, because this is just going to be some correlations. And what we're going to try to link is that we're going to be following Decker and co-authors to estimate these firm-level regressions weighted by employment, and we're going to just estimate the correlation between firm quality and employment growth. Okay, so this is what we are going to be our measure of reallocation. And if our beta 1 is going to be positive, this will imply that bigger firms, better quality firms grow more relative to the small ones. Okay, an important thing here is that then we're going to be decomposing the effects of employment growth between whether this employment growth comes from workers coming from other firms or workers coming from non-employment. Okay, we're going to control for a bunch of things, and in particular, our benchmark specification is going to be GR fixed effects. We do some exercise also for the chapter with other type of fixed effects. The results are basically the same, and I'm going to highlight a couple of them now on the results. So this is the first set of the results. So probably the figure is not the best, but I've been asked not to touch anything. So I'm just plotting what the OECD has provided us every time that we run the codes. So in the first part or half of the figure, we are just plotting 5 quintiles of the firm level average wages. Okay, so what we are measuring is just basically the moving average of the 3 years before running our regression. And as you can see, there is this gradient, a positive gradient on employment growth across firm quality we measure for average wages, but the same if we measure it for productivity, actually. And actually, if anything, it's a bit steeper for productivity, but I wouldn't say that the difference at that large. And then when we decompose these effects between those workers that come from other firms versus those workers that come from unemployment, you can see that the vast majority of employment growth on these on firms is coming from this job-to-job mobility. Okay, and interesting thing, and this is what we claim that this is evidence on growth enhancing reallocation, is that those that contracts are these very low quality firms. Okay. Now there is a lot of heterogeneity across the countries that we are using, but as you can see, for the majority of them, job-to-job mobility is what matters. Okay, so there are some countries, especially those that are growing really fast, like Hungary or Lithuania, where non-employment to employment mobility also matters, but in general, the pattern across these countries is the same. Okay, so more than 40% of growth or the responsiveness of employment growth at the firm level relative to the quality of the firm is driven by this job mobility. Okay, so better firms expand, and they expand by poaching workers from other firms. And the same occurs with productivity. Okay, and actually one thing that is quite surprising is that if I overlay this data set, this figure with the one with wages for the same set of countries, you will observe exactly the same. So we are quite confident that our measure of wages at least is capturing somehow this productivity. And I think I said it, but this is in most of the countries is revenue sales per worker. In some of them we have value added. Okay. Now, what we try to do next is how much this matters for what we are observing in terms of aggregate wage growth and productivity growth. So basically what we're going to do is, again, a very simple exercise, the composition following Hang and co-authors, and basically what we are going to just do is we're going to take aggregate either wage or productivity growth, and, I have 7 minutes only? Oh, shit. Okay, so we're going to decompose it into stayers within firm, job-to-job mobility, and then employment mobility, either entrance from non-employment or exits to non-employment, okay? And this is what we find. So we also divided by good and bad years. Not a big issue here, but as you can see, when we look at, it should be something here, there is no the y-axis, but basically we find that on average on the 17 countries, wage growth was around 1.6%, and 0.9 percentage points come from job-to-job mobility. The contribution of net job reallocation is 0.3, because as you can see here, I don't know if you see the pointer, but this light blue part is coming from net employment that has a drag on growth. Okay, so we find that it's important for growth. So perhaps fostering or boosting mobility is a way of also trying to increase productivity. And I don't know how many of you are readers of The Economist, but this week there was also a post by Benjamin Schoffer, and co-authors talking about, European workers need to move because they are just stuck with their jobs, and this is a way of also increasing productivity. So we do the same by countries. As you see, the same in some of these countries also stayers matter a lot. For instance, Lithuania is here, champion of aggregate wage growth among our countries, and still job-to-job mobility matters quite a bit, but within firm is also a large important. Productivity, more or less the same story. There are some changes compared to the wages, but is again telling us that most of the aggregate wage growth or productivity growth is coming through job mobility or workers moving from between firms. Okay, and I have 5 minutes, so I think I'm gonna make it. So what we try to show so far is that growth enhancing reallocation, when you look at the worker side, happens through job-to-job mobility. Employment mobility doesn't seem to be a source, and if anything, is putting a drag on aggregate growth. So we want to understand whether aging can play a role, and if so, what can we do about it? So what we're going to do is, first, I'm going to show you here what we do with our data. So we're going to compute for each age group, 10 years windows, mobility patterns, okay? Job to job, stayers, employment to non-employment, non-employment to employment. And then we're going to fix it at 2017. Yeah, so we're going to assume that they don't change. And then we're going to just plot the data and multiply each of those mobility patterns with the share of employment of each of these age groups. And as you can see, employment of the aging has a huge drag or drives most of the decline in worker mobility up to 2022. I think is what we calculated. 1.6 percentage points of job-to-job mobility is explaining this decline. The projections are not that bad in the sense that most of the aging or the transition has been happening already. So the problem is that we are going to be old. How you're going to ignite or going to make those old workers to move? So it is not a matter of we are getting older. It's just a matter of that we are going to be already old and we cannot. So now the question is this can have a drag or affect productivity growth. Actually, what we do is that we run the same regression that I showed at the beginning, and we are just going to be doing it separately for these age groups of employment groups, okay? And as you can see, the responsiveness to average wages of employment growth, firm-level employment growth of labor is declining with age, okay? And, well, for very old workers seems to be negative. Probably they are retiring, as you can see that most of them come from employment. But one thing that is clear is that when firms expand, this positive correlation with quality or growth enhancing reallocation, the way in which we are calling it so far in the chapter, is mostly driven by this job-to-job mobility. Okay, so it's basically workers moving up the job ladder. One thing that I didn't mention, I should, is that the results hold both within and between industries, but these are morely or are stronger when we look at within industries. Sorry. The same occurs for productivity. So the way that we see this is that actually age matters because all workers are not moving or are not moving to the better uses. Now the question is whether that matters for aggregate growth. We try to compute it. Very simple exercise again, a shift share analysis where we try to either fix the average wages or fix the composition of employment and see how much of this contributes to aggregate growth. Okay, so the figure that I showed you a couple of slides ago. And this is what basically we quantify. As you can see, the age composition or the fact that there are more old workers is putting a large drag on aggregate growth, either if we measure by wages or productivity. And this is what I mentioned at the beginning, that if we will have kept constant the composition of employment or the age composition of employment to the beginning of our period, wage growth will have been around 13% higher and productivity almost 20% higher, okay? Of course, there are many more sources that could affect productivity. Here, what we are trying to do is basically isolate that, and then there are these specific, I don't know if it's moving, these specific age components that are just basically changes on the growth rates of different age cohorts. One thing that is important is that, and I'm not showing it because we are trying to square it, is that we find substantial differences on how this age composition is affecting aggregate growth in different countries. So for instance, just to give you an example, given that we are in Lithuania, so for Lithuania, actually it doesn't seem to be a negative effect, and one of the reasons is because young cohorts are just gaining extremely a lot from moving, and also their wages, entry wages, are just growing massively. So I have a student that wrote a paper that basically showing that the age gap, or the wage age gap, is basically disappearing in Lithuania because of that. And one of the reasons probably is related, or we're trying to put forward, is Estonia shows the same, is related to these fintech, high-tech companies that they need the skills that older workers do not have compared to the sectors that are relevant in other countries. Okay, so just let me finish probably with some main messages from the employment outlook. So growth and housing relocation it matters for growth, and it's mostly driven by job-to-job mobility. And what we claim is that this is just the source of a job ladder as a mechanism, and it can be a mechanism for inclusive growth. So this can help not only to ignite growth, but also to make it more broadly shared across workers. One thing that we quantify is that population matter for what we have observed in the past, but according to the projection, doesn't seem to be a critical source of dragging growth, because the changes are not going to be as salient as we observed in the last 2 decades. And I'm 0, so I told you I'm going to be more German than you. So this is just the policy implications that we just lay down at the end of the chapter. So happy to discuss that later, just to give time to do so.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Very interesting paper, and we have now as a discussant Yusuf and Hala.
All right, thank you. Very interesting paper. The normal disclaimer applies in case the Bank of Finland would have any opinion on this issue. But in any case, very interesting and thorough paper with lots of things. This is sort of policy chapter in a larger report, I understand. I'm going to comment on some of the things which are partly different from what you presented, because there's a lot of material in the paper. So basically, aging and growth, I mean, it's nothing new as such in terms of studying productivity or labor markets. A lot of it is about labor supply and kind of the contractionary effect that the aging of society brings to the labor force. However, there is literature, and you see it in the data, how this effect is compensated by higher employment rates for older workers. And this is something I'm going to talk about a little bit. Immigration is another point. These arise partly from improved health, increased educational attainment, and then policy is like pension reforms. This paper, the twist here is that we're talking about job mobility, and in terms of aging, I have not seen this previously. So just to kind of put things into context, so these are for Finland. I think these used to be called age pyramids at some point. For some, I don't think these look like pyramids anymore nowadays. So, but you see the relatively large changes that are taking place. This is 2 ways to present the same thing, basically. But you see how the elderly population is increasing at a quite high rate. However, at the same time, when you look at what happens to labor market participation, there are huge increases what happens at the older end. So when you're beyond 55, in Finland, for example, you used to have very low participation rates at 60. They've increased in 20 years like by 50 percentage points. So that's a huge difference. And basically, I would not see any reason why this would not continue to like further like cohorts, so that we would see this happening to, this is for 50-year-olds. We'll see soon the same for 65, 68, whatever. So basically there's a lot of scope for improvement here still to come. And that was something I'm going to comment on a little bit upon. So just about the kind of issues that this paper touches, it's productivity growth that has been slowing down, as everybody knows, and wage growth that is lagging behind productivity, especially for low-wage workers. And then the third well-known factor, this declining business dynamism which is seen especially in the US, Canada, and the UK, but also in other countries there are signs of this. Here the questions are basically how job mobility can support productivity growth and inclusive growth, so also wage growth, and then what challenges aging poses here to the dynamism of the labor market. So the key concepts here are two types of job mobility. So job-to-job mobility, which is seen here as voluntary, like career-driven transitions of workers. And then we have the other type, which is employment mobility between unemployment and employment, and that is more involuntary and maybe not transitioning workers necessarily to better positions in the labor market. So this job-to-job mobility is driving a sort of job ladder effect, which is shifting the workers. Now, this paper looks at adaptability to labor reallocation, but then also kind of the driving forces, which are the returns and costs for workers to reallocating and how they change over the career or with age. The results, first, they are related to job mobility, how it contributes to productivity growth, and then how employment mobility, which is, so the job-to-job mobility contributes to it, but then the employment mobility kind of slows it down, so taking part of the effect away, so that this reduces the overall effect. Looking at aging, the paper shows that older workers are less mobile and less likely to move to better firms, and aging reduces growth to some degree over this time span here. The future impact here is expected to be smaller but still negative, and given the picture I showed earlier and maybe how people continue working longer, I'm not sure that this expectation of this kind of becoming very small, it would require maybe a little bit more justification. Then there were some cross-country differences. I'll come back to that later if I have time. So first, I think somehow this paper gives a sort of lower bound to the importance of job reallocation. So you're basically talking about the flows between, or of workers between firms, kind of with the idea that the workers maybe approach the sort of technology frontier somehow and kind of come closer to that. But you don't really talk about the skill diffusion effect, which comes with worker mobility, which kind of diffuses technology, ideas, and so on, which basically pushes the frontier further and kind of boosts the technology effect. So basically, I guess the sort of pure reallocation effect is like the lower bound, and then you can even get actually more. That, of course, is not in your data, so that's harder. But about your basic assumptions, so you have this job-to-job mobility, which you assume that they're voluntary and career-driven, and which are kind of the engine that is driving everything here. I'm not quite sure about this in the sense that there's a lot of like job-to-job mobility that might be different. And if you look at like European dual labor markets in especially Mediterranean countries, what you see is a lot of people changing jobs, but it's more like horizontal movements possibly that are not pushing people to better positions. So some people call it bad dynamism in the literature. So in this sense, the job-to-job mobility is sort of involuntary due to these fixed-term contracts, and there might not be this effect. Then another point is time aggregation bias. So you have annual data here, And when one looks at typical unemployment spells, so large shares, so this is for Finland here, so in months, the durations of unemployment, you see that within a year you can change your job or even have several spells of unemployment within the year, so you possibly don't catch all the movement. So some of the stuff that you see as job-to-job movements might actually be going through unemployment actually. And how important this is would be maybe interesting to have a look at. And then especially, does this differ by age? So is it so that, so here you see for different age workers, you see the, what it looks like. So just kind of at least taking that into account. So I'll come back to the issue I said about earlier. So is 65 the new 55? So basically that as people are living longer, they also tend to work longer. I think in a recent IMF paper that came out this year, they were stating basically that the cognitive skills of a 70-year-old correspond today to somebody at 55 in the year 2000. So in that sense, even I still have some time left. So these type of things. So it's improved health, but also legislation and policies. So this is retirement age and other policies that keep people in work and might affect their incentives to stay in the labor force. So in this sense, you have a sort of moving target that kind of maybe one should think about when looking at the flows. Then maybe I have 15 seconds, so I'll just mention this briefly. So there's evidence or more movement between inactivity and employment, or inactivity and the labor market overall in recent years. So these are for Finnish data again, but you see that over time the movement between inactivity and employment has increased quite a lot. I have another picture here. You can see that it has been rising recently. So is this a margin that you should actually take into account, that do people actually come to employment not only through unemployment but from inactivity as well? I have a couple of more points, but I see a zero here, so I'll leave it. Immigration, just one word, that these are things that change the age distribution. So this is something that might be relevant, and I think you mentioned today that you're working on immigration issues, so maybe these are tied together. I'll leave it here. Here, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. You could see also the smile in Filippo's face when you said the thing about the 55 and the 70-year-old. And you said we all age, but we are not all the same age cohort. Anyway, good. Questions? Eric, and then you.
Yeah, I'd just like to question a bit more deeply the relationship you have between the job-to-job mobility and age, the effects on productivity from the job-to-job mobility by age. Now, there could be reasons why firms actually try to hold on to their older workers. And if you see the age tenure profile, they've selected and they've kept these people. And so the question is whether or not you're missing their contribution as kind of being mentors to the younger people. I'm trying to justify my own high-paid existence at the university. But that your method of measuring this is just not going to get at the marginal product of these people and what they're contributing to the firm's TFP.
Cheers.
So I did some work with some co-authors using Chilean data that is doing sort of similar calculations, but we sort of kept the gross flows. So we saw that net flow, just like you, the net flows of older workers from low productivity to high productivity for basically zero. In fact, it's slightly negative, whereas on average for younger people, it's very positive. But one sort of optimistic thing that came out of that is the gross flows are enormous compared to the net flows, even for productivity effects. In other words, the net flows are slightly positive for the whole population, but it's like 52% of workers going from less to more productive firms and 48% going the opposite direction. So you really only need to change on net 2 or 3% of the workforce which direction they're going to get aggregate gains in productivity. So even with the zero or slightly negative older workers, it's not like you got to convince all the older workers to move. You just need to convince 2 or 3% of them to move, as long as they're going from less productive to more productive firms, to get the aggregate productivity growth. So it might not be as heavy a lift as you think. And I think the demographic labor supply point is also that you so raised very important.
I don't see any other immediate question. One very short one from my side, and then you have the floor. I was in a related discussion on pension systems and how it works. There was also reference to flexicurity in Denmark, and that obviously does something that supports the, if you wish, velocity of labor, if you want to call it like that. Anything more you want to say or can say on the institutional underpinning that actually may vary here, and that would be good to exploit cross-sectionally.
It works? I don't know. Okay. So first, thanks Anton a lot for the discussion. I mean, you mentioned a lot of points that we thought about it, and some of them that actually we did not at all. So let me start just for one thing about the time aggregation bias. So we do an exercise with Austrian data, because in Austrian data actually you can create even daily flows. And it doesn't seem that it affects too much what we are computing at the annual level, but we didn't do anything with age. And I think it's actually something that probably we should be looking at. About job-to-job mobility, actually, that's something that we are still discussing with academic leads, because one of the leads is from Italy, and he wants to push a lot on these dual labor markets and how it matters, because not all the job-to-job transitions are driven by these movements. And actually, I think it's also why you see when I plot the countries' differences, that Italy is at the bottom. It's not only that the wages are not growing there, but also the job-to-job transition is almost negative for them. And in Spain, you observe something similar. So definitely we will need to probably differentiate also on countries with stringent employment protection, like Southern Europe and probably the Nordics or the Baltics, with that's not that relevant. Yeah, about the effect milder or not, I mean, that's something that we are also struggling. I think it's going to be out from the academic paper, because that's something that is probably a bit subjective on how we are selling it and how we are computing it. Chad, thank a lot for the paper. We were not aware, and I think it's something that probably we should be computing and checking also, because we have a lot of data. I think actually we have expanded the network, and I think we got access to Chilean data. I'm not sure, so it's something that we would like to about the TFP. I mean, we are planning to do something with the countries that we have actually the ability to estimate that. The problem now is that there is a bit of tensions between authors, because at the beginning everybody wanted to be in the academic paper, and then if you go to that route, probably those countries that you cannot compute TFP or TFPR are going to be probably left out of the paper. So there is a bit of thought on that. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's probably the right way to go for having something that is really worth to understand and to dig into. 30 seconds. So, I mean, we can talk a bit more about the pension and the institutional settings, but I think we didn't dig too much on what is behind the cross-country differences, especially with aging, because if probably I would have showed the figure that we have, you will see that bars are just sometimes going crazily up, and some of them just become negative, and we are still not able to understand why. Actually, we put it out from the chapter because it was something that we didn't do, but definitely we should think about it. So thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks to you and Yuso. And now I'm happy to welcome Gigi Ho. Gigi Ho, and she is from the IMF and will present a paper on Europe's productivity weakness, firm-level roots and remedies.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Filippo, Aurelia, and all the organizers for including our paper. Very excited to be in this beautiful city, Vilnius. I can also see why these two papers are selected for the same session, because the job-to-job mobility is definitely crucial for aggregate productivity growth, but you also need firms. You need good firms to hire these employees as well. So I think my talk is going to be complementing the first talk, which is focusing on the firm-level productivity, and then on what is missing in Europe. This is a joint work with a lot of my colleagues from the IMF, and this was a work produced in the context of the last year's European Department's Regional Economic Outlook. So a lot of details are going to be in there. So for the given time, I'm going to focus on the facts. All right. So this project comes from a lot of widely shared observation, and a lot of this has been discussed already, that Europe suffers from significant productivity slowdown or growth issues. And this comes really stark when it compares to the United States, for instance, that has picked up. So the usual narrative is that this is a post-pandemic phenomenon. But when we look at a longer time span, it's really not something that is a recent event, but it started back in late 1990s. And this is puzzling because this is a period where a lot of OECD papers would say that where the labor market and product market reforms have taken place in Europe. So we see that for a lot of European countries, the average productivity gap vis-a-vis the US has widened over the years, and it continues to widen. On the right-hand side, we do productivity, the growth accounting decomposition as of 2024 for the countries that we see. And there are many different ways of doing it, but we do a simple growth accounting exercise. And you see that some countries are closer to the frontier in the sense that it's closer to the US, but there's a big heterogeneity with some countries falling as much as 50% behind in terms of GDP per capita. And this growth accounting exercise shows that a lot of the component is driven by productivity, or TFP. So this paper, what we do is it's a deep dive into understanding the underlying sources of this aggregate productivity weakness by looking at firm-level microdata, pulling from various firm-level data sets. We make very good use of CompNet data, and I'm going to show a couple of charts that helped us make some points. Compustat, Orbis, and I'm very thrilled that in several months we'll be able to update this data using the MDI, hopefully. So we're focusing on firm level. There's a literature that looks at the firm cycle, firm life cycle, and then productivity growth differs across life cycle. For instance, there are two key drivers mentioned in the literature. The one is these large frontier firms, the ones who are already at the frontier. And if you remember papers by Dan Andrews and others, they play a non-negligible role, actually critical role, in diffusing technology to the laggards. The second group that we focus on are these young high-growth firms, and some literature calls them gazelle firms. But these are the two firms that we see play a disproportionately large contribution to the aggregate growth. So we're going to zoom into these firms, but not only, and provide you with some evidence that why, compared to the American firms, where they lag, and we're going to point out where the bottlenecks we think are. And this, I hope that you don't take a pessimistic message out of this. Rather, when we define these bottlenecks, these should be taken as areas of improvement for greater potentials. And I'd like to just give you a caveat that this is not like a research paper. You follow a single question and then with a methodological, empirical or theoretical approach. Rather, we are going to, this is compilation of a lot of analysis that go behind it, and then to support our narrative. So first of all, we're just going to give you some stylized facts using various firm-level data sets. So first of all, we see that European large leading firms lag the American firms in terms of productivity and innovation. The left-hand side show productivity of listed firms. Productivity measures their labor productivity. And we know we hear a lot of narrative that it's only the tech firms. And we see that tech firms indeed see this massive gap and it's growing. The divergence is quite impressive. At the same time, it's also non-tech firms that we see the productivity gap. And this is consistent with the literature that shows a massive service sector revolution, productivity revolution in the US as well. Related to tech firms on the right-hand side, this goes hand in hand with this lagging R&D intensity over sales in Europe compared to the US. The other side of the story is the firms that enter and then how well they're doing, the startups. And then we see that there is a deficit of startups, and then few of them make to the top, or they have very strong growth in Europe relative to the US. The left-hand chart shows the firm entry rates comparing European average and the US. We see that on average, the average European firms, it's probably similar to the US, but there's a big chunk of countries in Europe where the entry rates are much lower than the US. And this is even true for, we focus on 10+ employees which have a more value added in the economy. And unfortunately, Lithuania falls into that lower half. Looking at we also do this simple exercise where we split the sample by their performance measured by the employment growth. So I would like you to focus on the 90 segment, which is the 90th percentile, the top performing firms in our sample. And then the bars are the share that is explained by young firms. So in the US, you have a lot, 5 times more employment share explained by these high growth firms compared to European firms. Also, this is reflective of the fact that American firms, there's this really brutal, cutthroat, how would you say, up and down creative destruction going on at the younger age in the US that is well documented. If you see the red lines, which is from the Slava and others, you see that from age 0 to 2, there's a massive, there's really a spurt of high growth firms for that young age. We only have data for Italy and Spain using Orbis data. It has limited coverage. Even we try to expand the data as much as possible, but we see that is not what we see, that kind of growth spurt for the young age is not, we don't observe that in these two countries. On the bottom side, there's for American firms there are some very badly performing firms, but they are filtered out over the years, and you see that there's less of a gap between the European and American firms for these bottom performance over time. So if I establish the leading firms and the young firms, what happens during the middle period? Does this creative destruction up and out, or what we call business dynamism in the literature, do we observe that how do they function in Europe compared to the US? So left-hand side is one of my favorite charts, which shows that if you and this is a universe of firms using CompNet data, showing that you have a lot smaller the firms that are mature firms that are mature are much smaller in Europe compared to the US. And this shows that there's a lot of churning that's going on in the U.S., which is not possible, which we don't see in Europe. A corollary of that is that the employment share is much more explained by smaller firms in European countries than the U.S. So a lot of firms stay small. There's an overabundance of small and mature firms in Europe, and that's an evidence of a weak business dynamism in Europe. So the first question is that let's focus on why leading firms are falling behind, and I'll go back to this why smaller firms are falling behind in Europe. One answer that we are looking one possible explanation that we look at is the market fragmentation in Europe, and it's something that is mentioned in many other reports, including Draghi report. What we see on the left-hand side is that we compare the sales growth of manufacturing firms, and 2003 is a year a lot of countries, including Lithuania, was included in the European European Union, sorry, and then we see that it's the larger firms that really benefit from this larger market compared to the other firms. So it's really this fragmented market is really hurting. It seems to be the productive firms and the ones that will need digital technology, where it will really benefit from a scale economy. On the right-hand side is another evidence where we do a very standard gravity equation to estimate intra-Euro, EU-Euro area trade barriers for goods and services using firm-level data. And then we see that, sectoral level data. We see that compared to the US barrier for goods, which is from Head and Myers, about 13% ad valorem rate, goods for intra-Euro trade is about 44%, and services are much higher at 110%. So there is really some barriers for entry, for expanding in Europe. The second explanation that we see is on the capital market. It is also very well documented, and we're not saying something new here, but we are very struck also by the fact that European listed firms rely less on equity, and as we know that bank-based financing model have some limitations when it comes to supporting intangible investment and then knowledge-based investment. We do see that this net equity issuance of listed firms is much lower for European countries. And when we do this exercise, which is just a simple variation of R&D expenses, for a similar level of income variation for European and American firms, we see that these R&D investments variations are larger for European firms, meaning that it tends to be more cyclical, pro-cyclical, sorry, and it tends to be more touch and go kind of pattern, which is detrimental to having, persistent investment that is needed for this type of new technology with high growth. Very briefly on the young firms, just flipping to the young high growth firms, what are the bottlenecks that we see? we see that one of the factors that we see is that there is a lack of human capital to offset the adverse demographic trends that was mentioned in the previous presentation. So we do a simple Tobit model at NUTS 2 level, and we count the number of gazelle, whereas you have a young firm. We have several criteria: young firm with a very high sales growth, and then that doesn't reach certain level of that stays that don't grow into very large firms. And we see that the determinants of gazelle formation, these are correlations, by the way, are highly these number of gazelles are highly correlated with many demographic factors, particularly related to high-skilled workers. So the regions in Europe where they're attracting high-degree workers, or there's a young college degree workers, there's a more likelihood that there will be a young high-growth firms in that region. Finally, again, as in the case of the large leading firms, we see that capital market fragmentation and this bank-based structure is an impediment to the growth for these young firms with high potentials. And the literature nicely documents that the venture capital is a great match for supporting their growth, because it gives this financing, but also managerial advice, so that it can continue to grow. We see that compared to other advanced economies, not just US, but other advanced economies, the venture capital investment falls it's much weaker in European countries. There's more room for improvement, whereas when we look at the geographic distribution across European countries, that it's concentrated. I have to check where Lithuania stands there, but in the last 24 hours I've been here, I heard a lot about fintech, and there's a lot of innovation going on. So maybe there's a bright spot here. So what we do is a very simple exercise where we look at if we indeed see that the firms that receive a VC at a younger stage actually do have a higher productivity growth. And the left-hand side is just a simple summary statistics. When we separate, when we look at a sample of firms that eventually got a VC, but then we're separating between the VC-funded firms and the not yet VC-funded firms, and we do see a significant difference in terms of intangible assets investment. On the right-hand side, we try to get a little bit closer at the causal relationship, where time 0 is where you get the VC funding, and then there's a difference in terms of the intangible investment growth afterwards. I'm leaving the technical details intentionally, but please feel free to be happy to discuss more or refer to the working paper that we have. These are the findings that we have, where we do kind of a diagnosis, like a wake-up call on where Europe's productivity shortfalls may be coming from the firm level perspective, and our a lot of the three factors that we look into, which are the fragmented market, capital market, and then the lack of labor skills, are all pointing to making the case for a further and deeper market integration in Europe. And we conclude that the efforts are needed at both regional and country level, and that these are removing barriers to trade, increasing the availability of long-term risk capital, advancing EU capital markets union, all go to support Europe's productivity growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. And it was very nice that you said at the start this is not about efficiencies, but about challenges. And I'm very happy that we have now Frank van der Meeren here from the European Commission, who will comment on these challenges.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the organizers. I think really an excellent event. And congratulations to you, Jihi, for a really nice presentation. I would like to use my 10 minutes to talk to you about 3 things. First, why is this discussion so important? Then a couple of elements that I would add to the story. I know it's impossible to be exhaustive in these kind of reports, but I think there are a couple of elements that are important perhaps to broaden the debate a little bit. And then I will end with an area of the report where I think we may need to discuss, we may need to kind of see if we can dig a little bit deeper into it. So, Jihi, I think you're a very modest economist because you didn't see, if I were you, I would have started my presentation by saying, I'm going to present a paper that was quoted directly in the State of the Union. And I think we can discuss about the modeling, we can discuss about the results, but the fact of being quoted in the State of the Union obviously shows that, that you've hit on something that is very important and that is politically very, I think, relevant. And I wanted to mention that. So as I said, I tried to summarize a little bit your paper in this slide, and I hope I did a good job. And as I said, I think it's impossible really to be exhaustive in this kind of, finding the root causes of the productivity gap. But I think the things that you highlighted, I would subscribe to it fully. I think you touch upon very many relevant things. There's just 3 things I would add here to this discussion. And this comes also a little bit from the discussions that we've been having with industry when we talk about competitiveness and productivity and so on. The first thing that I didn't see in the report is the question of energy costs, right? And I heard from you, Filippo, that this is something that CompNet is also looking into, and I think that's an excellent idea because that relation between energy and productivity is actually not that straightforward, because there's literature that says, if it's a kind of a gradual increase in energy costs, this may actually push productivity positively in the long term as firms, invest in more efficient ways of working and so on. The problem, however, is that in Europe, we're not in that scenario of a modest gradual energy shock. We are in the scenario of a very heavy energy shock. And, look at China. Before the crisis, the price of electricity paid by industry in Europe was about the same as in China. Today, it is double. Right? And I think we are really here at the risk of permanent damage, a risk of scarring, not only, and particularly in these energy-intensive industries where you see activity levels really have gone down for many years now, and there's really a risk, I think, that was also on productivity, that this will have long-term negative effects. Secondly, I think the report very rightly highlights that we spend less on R&D than our competitors in the United States. What I would add to that is that I think it's very much also a story of what is the impact of that R&D. Where is that R&D actually going through? And I think Mario Draghi already alerted us to the fact that we have a middle technology trap in Europe. Our R&D, contrary to the United States, is going to middle technology sectors, much more than high tech, or about equal, but much less than in the United States. So that clearly is, I think, puts us at a disadvantage when we talk about productivity gains. But I would add even something further to that. Even in those middle technology sectors, and I think automotive is the best example, where we have been outspending our competitors for many, many years now, you can ask the question, what has been the impact of that R&D expenditure? Right? When in automotive sectors, where we have all the capabilities to be a global leader, we see that in these new arenas of competition, EVs, batteries, software, autonomous driving, we are actually becoming a follower. So I think it's really a story also about not about levels of R&D, but really impact, and what is it actually being used for. And then finally, I think this is a question more than a statement. I think we should perhaps also think about what happens in the rest of the world when we talk about Europe's productivity problems. I tried to search in your report for the word China, and I could find it only in a footnote. But I think it's an important question here. Right? And there's increasingly quantitative evidence showing that basically Chinese state support for its industry is 6 to 7 times higher than in Europe. And this is only what you can quantify. There's also a lot of things that you cannot quantify, and if you could, the gap would be even much, much larger. So I guess my question is here, how does this influence European productivity? What kind of environment does this create for European firms to do long-term investments in innovation when they are confronted with unfair competition, when they are confronted with the risk of overcapacity spilling into the European market? I think those are important questions that perhaps we should also look at. And then I will end with a part of the report that actually you didn't go into much, but that is very dear to the heart of me and of the people in DG Grow, where I work in the Commission. And that is this chart, where you estimate in the report and you say that, well, the potential of the single market is still very high, and I think we all agree on that. And you estimate a level of trade costs in goods, a little bit more than 40%, and an estimate of trade costs in services, which is even much, much higher. And I think we could debate about the modeling, we could debate about these levels, whether they are right or not. But I want to tell you about the challenge that I face when I look at this result. And the challenge that I have is that I work in a unit full of economists, but next to me you have a unit full of lawyers who deal with the single market from a regulatory perspective, right? They are the ones that go out and try to find where are the barriers, right? And how can we remove them? And they have constant discussions with member states, even take them to court about certain barriers. So they are looking at us, not only at you, but also at me, economists, to give them guidance about where are the priority sectors, where are the barriers that matter the most, right? And when I present them with this picture, and I have suffered from this as well, I've also done this type of analysis, they don't recognize this picture, right? They will tell me, okay, professional services, this is a sector where we know that the single market doesn't work, that there are many, many, many barriers. Businesses even come to complain to us about all the barriers that exist in professional services. And then this result shows you that actually professional services is one of the least problematic sectors. So, and then accommodation services is very high cost, which they have then difficulties, and I also have difficulties to kind of understand what this then is, what is driving this massive difference across these sectors, which are very unintuitive for the people that deal with these barriers on a daily basis. So I guess my question here is there anything in the model that could explain things that we don't capture? And if not, it's almost a philosophical question of what should we do as economists, because it's our job to let the data speak, no? It's our job to build a model that is as functioning as possible, and this comes out. But there's a gap between what we show, or what you show in this picture, and what people see on the ground in terms of where the single market doesn't function or functions better. I have 2 minutes to spare, but this is the end of my presentation, so I pass it back to you, dear Chair.
Thank you. I mean, you also had a small bonus that Tihi left to you kindly. Please, questions. Yeah.
Thanks very much for a super interesting talk. I wanted to ask you about the post-COVID recovery. So we talk a lot about the fact that European productivity has grown less than US productivity since 2005. But post-COVID, actually, there's a very different path of recovery as well. If you just extrapolate the pre-crisis trend in the US is completely back on trend. Europe is still behind, and it's almost as if there's super hysteresis, right? Not only has the level not recovered, but even today, the growth is still lower than pre-COVID. So my question to you is, do you have any ideas on what's happening in Europe compared to the US now?
Eric?
Yeah, just kind of a technical question about the main Draghi graph, which is your peak US to EU productivity ratio in 1995 or 1996, and then it declined since then. But the decline since then kind of stopped in 2009, and it's been flat at a lower level in the EU, but still it's been flat. Is there anything that you can point to why the decline stopped then? Is it been that the US has been declining No, but in 2009, so from that ratio of the US to the EU from 2009 to 2022 is roughly flat. So is there something that you can point to?
No other question for the moment, then I would give the floor to you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think thank you for the great discussion, and I think while I answer your question, I think I can touch upon some of the questions that were raised. The energy, so first of all, we fully see these, let me start with one, the question on the energy cost, which is, if the response was to accelerate green renewables after 2022, that would have been the best reaction to this for multiple reasons. But unfortunately, this was not what happened, and I think the timing of it was also very difficult, because that's where a lot of where China, which was mostly a market to Europe, and now I have to say that this is I'm just representing my own view, not the IMF view. So China, that was largely considered as a market for European companies, has turned more into a valid competitor. And we're talking about EV, we're talking about solar panels, and I think that's around the time where I think 2022 things the landscape has changed a little bit. So I think it's completely a valid point that the energy costs are a drag to productivity growth. How to address that, I think that will have an implication on how it will be a boon or will be kind of a drag for a longer period of time. On that point, going back to R&D spending impact and middle technology trap, I think that's a really excellent point, and I think this goes back to our keynote speak, which was about industrial policies and subsidies. I also read a note where most of the subsidies in France go to automobile sectors, and when you also look at patent that has a time series of patents across by the originating countries, there's an overtake of China on the high-tech AI, computer, and even green technologies that have really taken over European countries. So I think how should we think about subsidizing or providing, what is the role of government in actually supporting these industries while addressing market failures, but not, I think this goes deeper than probably my presentation, but I think it's something that I think the European policymakers have to consider at a deep level. And then this goes back to the post-crisis COVID recovery, the divergence path between the US and Europe. And I think it's when we look at the within sector productivity growth, I think the picture becomes really clear that this very sharp growth comeback of US is driven by services, the IT sector. And I think that is absent largely in the European setting. Whether this is good, is a high concentration, like Chet's work on the concentration market power, I think that's a different question, but that is what happened, I think, in the last couple of years. Finally, on the question on the trade barriers, I was in Brussels in March talking to your colleagues. I had the same question on the trade barriers, and we had a very deep, good discussion about the methodological side of this. And I think there's an ongoing work at the fund to see how robust our estimates are. And we learned that a lot of these results depend on the aggregation of the data and then the variables that you put in. But since then, just to defend ourselves, since then there has been several reports like Sintra paper and then the Danish Central Bank that support the estimates. Having said that, I know I'm running out of time. I think I would rather than read that chart take these sectors at face value. I think it is true that there are a lot of hoops that you have to go through to do a business in other countries. For instance, if you are a Lithuanian but you want to do IT, maybe Lithuania is not a good example, but if you're an Italian and then you want to do a spectacular IT, have a spectacular idea, then you have to maybe find your venture financer in the Netherlands, when Netherlands has a whole different issues of regulations and etc. So there's lack of harmonization. So rather than just, I mean, there's a room to improve our estimates, but I think the main message is that the reality is that's how we see it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me abuse for 1 second my position as a chair. I cannot refrain from making one observation on the post-COVID period. I think we should also not forget, when we compare to the US, that Europe was hit by a dramatic terms of trade shock that turned against us, while US developments were driven by a fiscally induced demand shock that pushed demand drastically. I think that's also part of the picture that we cannot forget in that. Having said that, thank you very much. Thank Frank for a wonderful presentation and discussion.
So last but not least, we have yet one more session on finance. I will have a tough job of squeezing that session into 1 hour and 5 minutes to save some time. So I'll probably have to limit a bit on the audience questions and probably the response to the discussants. But yeah, that's for later. And now let me invite Alessandro to present his paper.
All right. Thanks a lot for sticking up and staying for this last session. Today's work, as the slides come, are a joint work with Tomislav Lajdik and Enrico Perotti from the Amsterdam Business School. And this is very much a work in progress, even if an old project, to the point that we even changed the title that, compared to the one you see in the presentation. So any feedback is more than welcome. So today we're going to talk about debt and leverage, which is a critical variable to determine the resilience of firms, governments, individuals. And there's been ongoing concern about the rising level of the indebtedness of multiple institutions. And today we're going to talk about how technological changes may affect these developments. So what we do in this paper is we present evidence of a puzzling trend. I'll show why puzzling in a second, of a declining corporate leverage across European companies between 2000 and 2020. And this trend has been parallel to a rising cash holdings among the same companies. And we try to develop a theory for how intangible capital might be at play behind this development, building a rich model of firm behavior to account for different factors that might contribute to the theory. But again, focusing on the central role of increasing intensity of in intangible capital as a technological change. So why puzzling? Because standard theory provides that with declining interest rate and abundant liquidity, firms should take the opportunity to borrow money and take advantage of the external finance channel to invest into new opportunities. Yet there's evidence, not just in Europe, but also in the US and in other advanced economies, that if we scale debt by total asset, we see a generalized decline over the first 2 decades of this century. And this may be driven by a variety of factors that have been explained by the literature. Just to summarize some very quickly, there's certainly been a strong tightening of bank credit, especially after the global financial crisis, that might have reduced the ability of companies, especially small ones, to use this channel. And the secular point, secular stagnation implied by declining prospects, declining business dynamism, and rising market power might reduce the incentives of firms to tackle new investment opportunities. While an interesting point that we're going to focus on is the changing nature of firm assets, where value, at least in advanced economies, is coming much more and more from investing into intangible assets, intellectual property, software, data, rather than more traditional
land, machinery, and vehicles, for instance. As a final potential explanation, there's a role in declining corporate taxation that might reduce the opportunity cost for firms to issue equity rather than leveraging on debt. What we try to do is essentially build a model that can speak to all of these potential explanations and try to see how an explanation based on the role of intangible capital weighs compared to other forces. We use the not so unknown CompNet dataset. We retain as many countries as possible. We focused on those firms that have at least 20 employees, and we focus on the years between 2000 and 2020. This is just the raw data that we get. On the left-hand side, you have the weighted average of corporate leverage, so total debt over total asset, leverage across all countries. This is an unbalanced panel, so you see that the first 2-3 years there's a bit of noise. But even if we, unfortunately, I cannot click on this filter trend, but if we try to polish this trend by country, years, fixed effect, firm characteristics, including size, age, we obtain a sharp decline by roughly 8 percentage points throughout our horizon. And this trend goes hand in hand with a sharp increase, also about 10 percentage points, of cash holdings on the left-hand side of the firm balance sheet. So we have a declining indebtedness and a strong increase in liquid asset held by companies. Now, multiple explanations may be in line with this. We categorize them into supply side and demand side factors in a way. And when I hinted at them in the introduction, the literature review, on the one end, supply side explanations talk about credit tightening or declining corporate rate. So given a demand for credit for companies, there is a lower willingness to lend, and therefore firms are increasingly constrained, but end up having less debt on their balance sheet. Another set of explanations, on the other hand, deals with what we call demand side, so reduced incentives or need for debt among corporations. One could imagine market power concentration, reduced market pressure, or even changing nature of assets and their financial need. I don't have time to go into why we determine that the supply side story is insufficient, to say the least. But generally, this talks to the fact that the decline had started already before the financial crisis, the declining leverage, and also we don't observe signs on average of firms being substantially constrained, let alone, of course, some niches, but on average, on aggregate, we don't see this. So what we try to focus on is an explanation based on the role of intangible capital. We have a lot of literature explaining why these kind of assets are poorly suited to be financed via debt. Some say that they essentially imply poor collaterals, while some others that intensive firms finance investment in other ways, either via excess cash flow or just by the fact that they don't need so much outlays in advance. And just to give a little bit of a motivation, on the right-hand side, you see two panels where we cluster together industries based on their reliance on human capital, workers. So we have high-tech manufacturing or knowledge-intensive services vs low knowledge-intensive services and low-tech manufacturing, which are based on the share of workers of high degree, so the intensity in human capital. And we observe that this intensity drives a lot of the decline. And what we try to do, therefore, is to take in stock of this initial evidence is that firms have abundant liquidity, and the bank credit tightening seems not to be sufficient to explain the whole decline. Therefore, we try to focus on the role of intangible capital, but allowing for other forces to also play a role. And to do that, we build a parsimonious yet rich model to try to explain this fact. So we have an environment of discrete time and the demand side where we have one representative household that provide two types of labor over a set of firms that compete oligopolistically, distributed over a continuum of goods, each available in a certain variety. And essentially, this is a demand system that is borrowed from the Atkinson-Bernstein setting, where we want to just capture the mechanism such that when a firm increases their market share for any reason, they will be able to extract higher markups because they face with the demand with lower elasticity of substitution. Then on the firm side, we have indeed firms monopolistically producing a variety I of a good within an industry, taking this demand as given, and producing with a mix of a tangible input, this kappa and L, tangible capital and labor, and intangible capital and high-skilled workers. So what they do, these firms, they set prices and choose production input to maximize profits. Now, the key novelty that we try to introduce is that capital, instead of being borrowed, rented, is built in-house according to some convex cost, where the cost of producing intangible capital is scaled by a firm-specific parameter that specifies the heterogeneous ability of firms to retain human capital, in this case. Both types of capital are subject to risk. Intangible capital is embedded in key skilled workers, and these workers, they may be met by potential poachers, which, if successful in removing the worker from their employer, lead to a loss in the stock of human capital. Similarly, tangible capital is also subject to depletion risk that arises at a certain Poisson rate. This implies that the firm will need to build some cash reserves to face these potential shocks. And each period, the firm starts with certain liquidity that is received from the previous period and needs to decide how to allocate this liquidity, either towards investment or to retention, and whatever is left can be financed with debt that can be borrowed externally. A simplification is that capital fully depreciates at the end of this period. So every period we have this set of steps where firms receive the cash endowment and set up investment. The shocks occur to capital, and therefore firms either go bankrupt or move to production and pricing stages where they collect profit and distribute dividend. Now, what this produces, this is just the simple optimization, is intertemporal policies where, as I was saying, firms need to choose how to allocate this liquidity, either to minimizing the risk of exiting or spending in investment. So producing a policy, an Euler equation intertemporal policy, that we call buffer stock. So essentially, whenever the Euler equation implies a certain optimal level of cash the firm needs to hold, whenever firms produces profits such that these are below that optimal level, they will retain all profits, while if they can produce excess cash flow, they will distribute whatever is left in excess. And in steady state, this produces the following mechanism. So on the x-axis here, you have this firm-specific parameter of how good they are into developing these intangibles. Those that are very good at doing this, so those that are on the right-hand side of the graph, are able to scale essentially all of their inputs. You see them on the second line, intangibles and tangibles alike. So they grow also both in observed and unobserved size. This allows them to increase their market share, charging a lower price, but at the same time, you see on the bottom right, charging a higher markups, which essentially makes them more profitable and able to generate excess cash flow, which over time in steady state reduces their need for debt. And so you see that leverage in the bottom middle line is going to decrease with this ability. What happens dynamically is this buffer stock policy that I was saying. So given a certain cash that you have inherited, what you do is you keep on accumulating, storing cash on your balance sheet up to you reach your optimal level. After that, you can drop whatever is left. And this this ability to collect intangibles is at the same time an advantage and a disadvantage, because you see on the right-hand side, the more you're able to retain human capital, the more you're good at deploying intangibles, the more cash you need to store, because while it gives you an advantage in competitiveness and profitability. It also exposes you much more to potential poachers, and therefore requires you to maintain stronger cash. Over time, this allows us to explain how, in a nutshell, leverage would decrease if the relative productivity of intangibles increases, while cash on the other end should increase. So what we do is and this is where we are mostly work in progress, we try to introduce a couple of more scenarios. We simulate a set of different scenarios where we try to capture a possibility of an increase in relative productivity of intangible capital, a credit tightening, a secular stagnation, and a reduction in corporate taxation. To do so, we introduce an endogenous interest rate. Now, instead of paying a fixed interest rate at the end of the period, firms will pay less the more tangible capital that they have. This introduces potential poor collateral mechanism into the story. And finally, we have an endogenous tax allowing for the interest rate deductibility. Essentially, the more debt you have, the lower the tax rate you play. You have to be charged. And we play with these parameters. So at the beginning, we have this alpha, which was the relative productivity of tangible capital. We reduce it in favor of the complementary phenomenon, so intangible capital increase into this CS production function. We have this credit tightening, so we make the elasticity of the interest rate to tangible capital increase. So you're going to pay more interest rate if you are more intensive in intangibles. And then we have this TFP residual reduce in the production function, so a secular stagnation. And finally, a reduction in corporate taxation. And what we find is that if we compare, for now we have just these three variables. If we compare what happens in the data, so the first three columns, to what the model would predict, we find that introducing all the channels, so the column all the way to the right, is what allows us to match most closely changes in these three variables. While on the other end, if for instance we focus only on an increasing intangible productivity, we can generate an okay reduction into leverage, but then we create an excessive increase in cash holdings and also in profitability. While if we focus solely on credit tightening and secular stagnation, or even a decrease in tax rate, we also do not find a good fit. So all to say that this study presents evidence of a broad transformation in firm balance sheet, reflecting underlying structural transformations. We try to provide this holistic approach, assessing the phenomena, allowing for multiple channel, and increasing productivity of intangible capital seems to have a prominent role, so quantitatively plays a big role in explaining this declining leverage and increasing cash holdings. We are now trying to work on a more solid calibration to see whether this is still at play. And yes, understanding the forces behind these challenges can have important policy implications for understanding macroprudential policies, whether this is a good or a bad phenomenon for the economy, and potentially also implications for growth. Thanks a lot. And I'm also in advance.
Very well. So now Bernardo will discuss the paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Alessandro, for the brilliant presentation. So this is an overview of the contribution, at least that I found in your paper. So first, new status fact on corporate debt. Across different dimensions, there might be some discrepancy between the paper and what you presented in terms of descriptive facts. I think charts were different. But so what I'm going to talk about is net leverage, which I think is something that was widely present in the paper. I didn't remember to have seen something distinguishing gross leverage and cash holdings, while you did something slightly different in the presentation, but I hope this can be helpful anyways. So what is it about net leverage and across different types of firms, also something you didn't show today, that has been steadily declining since the 2000s. And this is a bold claim, because at the same time we know that household debt has been going up, even in relative terms, not just in absolute, and also government debt has gone up, been going up. So this is very interesting news, status facts. Second contribution, you propose a novel mechanism with a model, and it's based on this growing productivity of intangibles. It is that firms need cash holdings to deal with this issue of limited appropriability of assets. And it's also a very specific story in which the firm is matching competing offer to retain skilled workers that are attached to this intangible capital. And then there is an interesting exercise. I like this holistic approach quite a lot, in which you try to roll out, or at least to reassess in relative terms alternative explanations, and you consider credit tightening, secular stagnation, reduced corporate taxation, all issues that have received a lot of attention by different types of literature in recent years. So yeah, congratulations. There are 3 very clear contributions, and I'm trying to give you a feedback on each of them. So let's start with the first one. And again, I'm going to talk about net leverage, because this is the main variable I saw in the paper. Hopefully, it was the right last version. But so net leverage includes 2 things. It's debt over total assets minus cash over total assets. And I fully understand how this measure is usually used to understand solvency, because solvency depends on not just on the leverage, but also on your liquidity. But I think it's less clear when you want to understand these trends and what's the role played by intangibles, why you should look at them together. Like, how much of the decline is driven by the second term? This is something I haven't seen by the paper. I think you answered already in this presentation, because I think this matters quite a lot, right? Because if most of the fall comes from liquidity, then the usual explanations about the role of the rising intangibles are sufficient. While instead, we're also observing a fall in leverage, then obviously your proposed model becomes much more interesting. And in the description I saw, it was mostly using median. And, median firm, especially in Europe, tend to be very small, not necessarily representative of the aggregate. So I would suggest, especially if you want to use CompNet data, to look at all the different data files CompNet fortunately has, OP decompositions, perhaps not in the last vintage, but I'm confident there are vintages in which you can find OP decompositions also for that type of financial indicators. Or at least you can look at sample using at least firms with at least 20 employees, and also joint distribution, of course, the size leverage joint distribution. And a related point is that you compute this median net leverage using a difference between the median gross leverage and median liquidity. With many distributions, this is completely fine. But if the distribution is asymmetric, and I think there are good reasons to think this is asymmetric, and if there are covariance between these variables, and there are many reasons to think there is covariance, then this strategy may not work. And I think a simple fix is just, again, look at the aggregate. You can look at the aggregate, and so this will also be robustness to possible mismeasurement in this derivation. In terms of validation, so the core channel is that there is talent poaching that is deterred using cash to match the offer. You didn't focus much on this today, but I think this is how you are modeling these mechanisms in the paper. And I think this would require some micro evidence. And perhaps my main issue with this is that your findings are quite general. Like, you show that this is true for many types of firms. Well, I think that this story is hard to think for some types of small firms in some type of industry. Like, usually having a general finding is something better, but perhaps in this case, like, the story is so general that the mechanism seems a bit too specific. And I don't think this is necessarily a big problem. Perhaps the solution is just to zoom out a bit and consider this talent poach deterrence as an example, because there are many other reasons why protecting intangibles involve cost, and this cost may require cash. You know, perhaps you can also find some information on legal fees. You know, there is an imitation issue. Imitation is not always fair. No? And also marketing. If there is a new good developed and the firm and the competing firm is pushing it, you know, perhaps there is intellectual property issues. Or sorry, this was for the first. Perhaps it's some marketing which you can stress the specific aspect, whether true or not, of your product. No? Like, you know, I'm sure that for some Nike shoes, the difference compared to an alternative is more about marketing and dance. But you know, this is something that involves cost. It's something you can test, and obviously also IT security. And there are many other examples if you want to zoom out from the specific mechanism you're suggesting. And finally, so there is again, I liked a lot this holistic approach, and just to recall, one possible alternative story is that it's something about credit tightening. So the K, but I mean the Greek K, the exponent in the first equation, so the kappa might be falling, and then you test for that. It might be that aggregate productivity might be falling. You test for that. Actually, no, this is a firm level aggregate. It depends on something more, and also the tau, this interdeductibility. But there is one thing that is still missing, which is rising market power. That is not something that you haven't addressed at all in the paper. It's something you do address, because you showed, and this was very interesting, that with rising productivity of intangibles, there will be an effect on aggregate market power. So the fact that market power isn't changing is not necessarily a threat for your story. But you know, there are many other reasons why market power might be increasing. And I think with your model, you can test for that. Like there are the parameters of the Atkinson-Bernstein. You can just play with that and see what happens. And then a final thing is something perhaps you cannot test right now, is that if this increase in market power is a lot through a compositional effect, then it's not really the Atkinson-Bernstein parameters that are necessarily changed, but perhaps an heterogeneity in firm-level productivity. Now, you have the primitive of firm heterogeneity in your model is all through intangible productivity, so right now you cannot do it. But if you move towards a setting which you have heterogeneity also in productivity, you can also see whether an increase in the productivity difference between firms, which I think are happening, there is a literature on that, is also another thing you can test. But I mean, these are just points I hope can help. Like the main thing is that there are 3 novel contributions, so congratulations for that. And just to recap, the suggestion would be split leverage from liquidity, and perhaps you have already done it, because this is something I think I saw in the presentation. Validate the macro mechanism and or generalize it with something like more general. And finally, test other drivers of rising market power. Thanks a lot.
Okay, perfect timing. So now time for questions. Let's see how many we have. I think 1 or 2. Yeah, Filippo.
Sorry, it must be the late day, but I have a problem of accounting of the whole thing, and so it's connected also what Jihi was just telling us. So we have basically this leverage going down in net terms, right? We have a problem that actually the venture capital doesn't work, so investment are not financed, are less financed by the leverage, are not financed by the venture capital. So maybe it's a question of to Deborah, maybe, you know. So is there a problem? So how do we finance the investment in Europe? Is it like self-financing only, or is it actually declining the investment? So I'm just confused. Sorry about that.
All right. So I guess it would be nice to reply to the question, and then maybe pick 1 or 2 comments from the discussion, because we're sorry, limited by time.
Yes. So first of all, thanks a lot for the great discussion. Yes. So on the measures of leverage, indeed, we are now using also the gross leverage to abstract from from this potential liquidity issue. And also on the median, yes, it's, as I was saying, very much work in progress, so there are some results that have been added later, and we're exploring different moments as well. We haven't done the aggregate yet, because indeed we really want to see not the total amount of debt over the total amount of assets, but really firm by firm how this ratio is evolving. And because that implies more, has more implications for stability and sustainability of this debt. On the question of the main mechanism, that is true. So it's narrated as a very specific one, this idea of keeping cash to retain human capital. It could be considered more broadly also as having to have liquidity to match opponents' investment in a very fast-changing scenario. It can be considered for acquisitions, for M&As, in intangible intensive industries have much more of these activities ongoing. And there is evidence that, for instance, also stock-based compensation, deferred compensation are used much more into these kind of sectors, and they imply having a lot of liquidity that needs to be ready on the left-hand side of the balance sheet. But fair enough, point well taken that some additional evidence is a good point. And then finally, on the mechanisms of the model, certainly this, so the idea of market power was that we have received this comment a lot, and so I wanted to just endogenize it, to say it could be one additional outcome of the model. But it's a good idea to try to also play with these Atkinson-Bernstein parameters to also show how much they imply exogenously, and also, yes, the heterogeneity in productivity, this A that can be made heterogeneous, is also something that we can do. So yes, it can be added to the to-do list. And on the more, let's say, bigger picture question, I think so that there is certainly evidence that European firms rely more on debt than American companies. This reliance is decreasing, it seems, and I don't think it's compensated by other equity-based channels. So indeed, venture capital. I'm happy to be confronted on this, but I think this is the case. It is an urgent policy matter. Yes, it's one of those channels where reform is needed into capital markets, into availability of these tools. So yes, it's yet another probably driver of this widening gap productivity between Europe and the US. Yes.
Thank you very much. And then we continue with the next presentation, still on the role of intangibles. And I would like to invite Philip for the presentation.
Yeah, I think I can speak like that. Thank you first of all for being here, and also thank you to the organizers for including this paper in the program. My compliments, the two papers fit very well together. Alessandro gave a very interesting micro perspective on intangible capital. We'll here essentially take a much more top-down approach and focus on the UK. Just the usual disclaimer applies. Most of my colleagues are at the Bank of England or at the FCA. Good. So what's the motivation in this paper? Intangibles, many have found it, are an increasingly important driver of productivity growth, but they are hard to finance. Most of what the literature says, two reasons. There's some information asymmetries for the financial providers, and there's an uncertain liquidation value. These frictions limit the use on collateral. So a research question is really to what extent do financial frictions depress intangible investment and TFP growth, and to what extent is it demand side, a change in firm states, with a particular focus on the UK. why is the UK interesting here? Well, the UK is, as far as intangibles go, or at least used to be, quite a bit more like the US than the rest of Europe, with a high total share of investment going into the intangibles. But however, the UK has experienced a significant slowdown in TFP post-financial crisis. So you can see this kind of in this graph. The share of intangibles as a share of investment in the US is much higher than in most European countries, and followed the US quite closely until the financial crisis, when the slowdown was much more severe in the share of intangible investment in the UK. And this comes hand in hand with the UK TFP puzzle. I'm not saying we want to explain the entire TFP puzzle, and there's many ways that we can explain it. But we're going to see what essentially this slowdown in intangible investment does, given the fact that intangible investment may be productivity enhancing. Good. So first, what do we do in this paper then? Well, we develop a structural model, which is very simple, where we parameterize supply and demand side factors of firms, and how they affect their investment decision into intangible capital, as well as the productivity effect of firms on intangible capital. What is the data set we use? Well, in this case, because intangible capital investments is usually quite badly measured for small firms, we use a large firm data set, which represents about 30% of UK GDP. Many of our modeling assumptions are steeped on other papers in the literature which have studied the effect of intangible capital in much more detail here, by the way.
So you have the intangible capitals in the balance sheet?
No, we'll get there. Thank you. And how do we estimate our structural model? Well, for this we do a little bit of an innovation. We train here a neural network to solve the value function and solve the value function for the parameter space, which then allows us to match investment policies of firms similar to Cooper and Hartinger raised that paper for capital adjustment costs to fit our parameters for the financing frictions and the productivity growth of intangible capital. We use our model in an estimation to perform two structural exercises. The one is a growth accounting analysis, so this is simply how is the contribution of intangible capital to aggregate TFP growth changed over time, and second, a counterfactual analysis with what was essentially a TFP growth resulting from this worsening of supply side frictions post-financial crisis. So the one is more or less a demand side change, and the other one is a supply side change. Good. So this was very high level, just also the high level results. So we see a sustained decline in the contribution of intangible investment to TFP growth since the financial crisis, and this is largely driven by demand side factors, but also due to worsening of supply side credit conditions, particularly for intangible capital in the UK. Good. In the interest of time, I won't go through the literature here. This is just to say that on the micro side, many other people have done much better work than us. We're really focusing on our macro decomposition here. Good. So our data is this world scope financial data. To come to the question, just quickly to mention, we estimate firm TFP in a very standard way. The only thing we do is we take intangible and tangible capital as equal, and we enter these purposefully in this way into the production function. Yeah?
Clarification question. For
Yeah.
doing the correctional inventory, what measure do you have intangible investments in the firm? And is that trustworthy from firm level accounts as actually being similar across firms?
Yeah, exactly. So we using here the Peters and Taylor calculation for intangible capital, which is exactly not just the balance sheet data on intangible capital, which in that sense is not necessarily trustworthy, but also includes spending on things that we think are associated with intangible capital, such as accumulated R&D spending and SG&A spending. Now, these things may differ in the impact. We actually have some analysis in the paper which shows also how these differ in the productivity impact. Good. What do we do then? So first we check if in our data the positive correlation between intangible intensity and TFP holds, and if that is important, and we find that this is the case. Getting some causality in terms of the impact of investment out by essentially lagging the panel data, we find a strong relation between increased TFP of a firm and high intangible capital investment, and this is often accompanied by an increase in the firm's leverage. Good. Now to the structural model, which we're going to fit over this. So it's a very simple firm problem, which is a firm which has to decide whether to invest in tangible or intangible capital, subject to the following laws of motion. The one is just an Ornstein-Uhlenbeck process for productivity, because in the recent review of the paper we were told that we have to have some uncertainty in there. Other than that, we have standard accumulations for intangible and tangible capital, and the firm can decide to take on debt to invest in these capital stocks. But when it does that, the firm increases its debt level. So that's B dot here. Otherwise, so to the extent that investment cannot be financed from the firm's retained earnings. Good. Finally, we include in this model, then finally current dividends is essentially the output of the firm minus the investment into the capital stocks, minus adjustment costs, minus a debt cost, and this debt cost is going to be important. About the output function, we have, in a sense, Hauptagens or production function where we abstract from labor, where additionally the capital stock to some extent contributes to the firm's TFP. That means that whenever investment increases here, there's essentially an increase in TFP growth. Good, and this is captured by the simple parameter gamma 1 here. Finally, debt costs, that's something we should explain here. So there's some baseline debt cost. There is an earnings-based leverage and this earnings-based leverage increases the cost of debt to the firm. One with a parameter psi 1, which simply affects the earnings-based leverage, and the second one is a parameter psi 2, which tells us that the share of intangible capital in the capital stock is going to become more costly. So this is to capture this idea that intangible capital has this problem of collateralizability. Sorry, so that I get it out. Good. In the interest of time, I will go relatively quickly through this. So we approximate this Hamilton, Jacobi, and Bellman with the neural network, where additionally, because the neural network is relatively good to deal with higher numbers of spaces, we add the parameter space into the solving of the network, and that then makes it relatively easy for the parameters of interest, which is going to be the contribution, gamma here, psi 1 and psi 2, as well as the adjustment costs. These can then just be fitted into a space for firms, which tells us essentially the state of the firm distribution at a point in time. So the question is, do you believe me whether this works, and why do we do that compared to standard ways of solving this? The simple answer is that if you have 4 states, the standard model, standard ways to solve this Hamilton-Jacobi Bellian, for instance, the implicit method in the Stuhl et al. Is a lot of coding, while this is very short coding. Overall, here for a simpler problem of 2 states where the coding is relatively simple, you see that the neural network solves the value function basically as good as the implicit method. If you compare them, actually the neural network does better on the parts that are away from the steady state compared to the parts that are on the steady state. Good. Let's skip these technical parts here and let's go here to the growth accounting. 1 second. Can I click? No, I can't click here. Go to the estimating results. So fitting the model over the state space, we find realistic adjustment costs is very comparable to the literature and to other work that has been done at estimating adjustment costs with a completely different way. But what we find is that on the aggregate, there is an increase when your earnings-based leverage increases by 72 basis points on your cost of debt for a firm, and if you increase your intangible capital share by 1%, this gives you essentially approximately 1 additional basis point. This we're going to see this is much higher post-financial crisis, but let's go back here. So with these parameters that we've estimated, we can essentially fit those over state space and go year by year to explain how productivity growth is explained given the evolving state of the firm distribution, where essentially the firm, because we're applying the soft value function, applies the optimal investment given its state. From that we can calculate productivity growth weighted by the capital share, and our result is this, which is essentially a decline in productivity based on simply the earnings-based leverage and the state of the productivity and capital stock of firms over time, which accounts for 0.17 percentage points of annual TFP growth. So that's quite significant between or decline of 0.17 points of TFP growth, because it essentially is about 0.17 percentage points between 2001 and 2008, and then from 2009 we drop essentially to 0, due to essentially missing or declining intangible capital investment. Good. Further, without a change in supply side frictions, essentially everything that I've shown you here must come from this state space changes of the firm distribution. Next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna split our sample of the firm data into a pre-GFC and post-GFC period, and we're gonna re-estimate these financial frictions. And what we find is that now we have actually almost no penalty on the earnings-based constraint pre-GFC, but a high penalty in the form of the 74 basis points post-GFC, and a very strongly increased penalty on the cost of holding more intangible capital on your balance sheet for UK firms on the cost of debt. And this results in an additional decline in TFP growth post-financial crisis. So basically we're going through a further cliff, which you can see there from in the blue and in the dotted path, which then accounts for almost 0.22%, and what is driven, to what extent essentially this decline, this increase in financial frictions drives the decline in TFP growth is 0.075% of TFP growth. Again, quite substantial. Altogether explains about a fifth of the TFP decline in the UK. Good. To conclude, we see essentially a sustained decline in the contribution of the intangible investments to TFP growth, and this is primarily driven by the demand side factors, and the decline is amplified also by the worsening of supply side credit frictions post-financial crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I would like to invite Alessandro once more for the discussion.
All right. Thank you. Great. Okay, so thanks a lot for the opportunity of discussing this super interesting paper. I think maybe I'm a little bit biased in my interest in the topic, but I found it very, very, very relevant. So, paper in a nutshell. So the central question of the study, as we have understood, is to what extent do financial friction affecting tangible investment contribute to weak TFP growth since the global financial crisis? The main finding is that it quite a bit. So intangible contributed to 17% of TFP growth in the period pre-global financial crisis, and this contribution declined to essentially 0 or minus 5%, depending on the model variations after the crisis. And the main driver of this effect is the increasing intangible intensity in the economy, which makes it harder for firms to collect debt, which makes debt overhanging stronger, and so it instates a vicious cycle which essentially chokes firms' ability to invest. The main contribution of the study in the literature, from what I could find, is that they essentially integrate these nice financial frictions into a growth model with focus on intangibles. So we have evidence on how intangibles affect productivity growth, and also rich literature on how intangibles investment is financed in general, and this provides a very nice bridge between the two literature. And also more on the technical side, this paper applies the seminal contribution of Magliar and co-author and Fernandez Villaverde and co-authors, applying this neural network into the model solution, which has a lot of potential. Concerning the advantages of this framework, so first of all, the paper shows empirically how intangibles correlate with stronger productivity growth, and that's a very nice starting point. And then the model that is used to rationalize these facts and see how this plays out in reality is parsimonious yet very rich. So we have how intangibles essentially feed into TFP via the production function. We could not see it in the slides, but in the paper this is argued quite well, I think. And but the other side of the coin of this is that they come at the cost of more stringent borrowing constraints. So they, as I was mentioning before, they make debt overhang more relevant. And also the neural networks allow handling multiple parameters. So many states, it doesn't require, like in our paper, to assume stuff like full depreciation. So it's very useful with 2 types of adjustment cost, rich borrowing frictions, etc. And also it's very robust for auto steady state regions prediction. So great for simulations. And I found it also very timely contribution, very relevant for policy implications and in general also for not just for science per se. A few suggestions that I have. So first thing is maybe a matter of presentation. So from the data at the beginning, we see how intangibles are positively correlated to productivity growth, but then the model showed this very dramatic contribution after the global financial crisis. And in some of these additional results, we maybe make this decline a bit more modest, but perhaps it would be nice to also replicate the regression we do at the beginning between the 2 periods to see whether the coefficients vanish, for instance. And also, a detail in the model is that the ability of companies to pay back debt is constrained by this X share. But it could very well be the case that intangibles, we know from the literature essentially that intangible intensive firms have a lot of cash, not just because they're constrained on external financing, but just because they generate a lot more cash. So why not fully pay back their debts? This may affect also the amount, the drag of debt, and so maybe affect the mechanisms. And if this is an important point, maybe one could provide some empirical evidence to back this assumption a bit more. Then the last 2 points have to do with first an implication of the model is that borrowing constraints are less binding for physical capital. So do we observe that firms will increase their reliance on intangible capital after the global financial crisis when these frictions become more biting? And in general, since the mechanism, the model machinery is well suited for this, it would be nice to see some more predictions, auto-sample predictions of the model, and about leverage on profitability, not randomly, but because profitability has been shown to be a key in determining the ability of intangible intensive firms to compensate for their reduced access to credit, and it would be nice to see whether the model can match the data also in this respect. It would strongly strengthen, I think, the story. But overall, yeah, I think this study presents a very valuable contribution to deepen our understanding of how investment into intangible capital feeds into productivity growth. And I think the focus on this financial friction is a very crucial way of using insights from the past, crisis accelerators, debt overhang, etc., to show this mechanism more. The model conclusion seems quite robust. As I said, yet it would be nice to strengthen them a little bit, and I very much look forward to seeing this work further developed. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, yeah, question from the audience.
So I guess related to my earlier question about the relative decline between the U.S. and the EU, and that it seemed to have flattened out in 2009. Basically, the U.S. and the U.K. are the high intangible investment countries, and so indeed after the financial crisis, both would suffer from this. And then relatively, their TFP would decline more than the rest of Europe, actually flattening out that curve. So you've got something testable here, and it should be testable across countries that this effect should be larger with countries with more aggregate intangible investments. But it also should be done in the cross-section in firms. The same story should hold with firms, that as firms that are more intangible intensive get faced with a financial crisis, they would suffer more in their ability to grow with regular capital because of your mechanism. I mean, so your theory is actually testable with data rather than simulated through some kind of complicated macro model, which, the way I'm saying it, should draw your own conclusions.
Thank you. A very nice presentation. I was just wondering if the findings that you have is also supportive of some complementarity between tangible and intangible, where you have that maybe their tangible capital that crashes, and then that is an extra driver of TFP slowdown.
The last question over there.
Thank you so much. I think my point is quite relevant to my colleague from the IMF. Like, so at the OECD, in the last economic outlook, we show that within the tangible category, actually there is a bright spot, and this is quite true for among all the countries. ICT equipment, software, ICT computer hardware, and then telecommunication devices are quite strong, and that is in the tangible category. And then that is also bottleneck if we don't solve those kind of issues, like related to this, like synergies between tangible capital and intangible capital. Actually, that is kind of like missing story that we highlight, that the growth of those investment products, the capital products, are quite strong in both sides of the Atlantic, actually.
Okay. Regarding the cross-country, cross-firm, cross-country analysis, absolutely. In this case, we just haven't gotten around to it and haven't had the data access probably yet. Maybe with the MDI database, we can apply that nicely. Regarding the complementarity between physical capital and intangible capital, actually we found for the UK almost more of substitutability. So they almost intangible capital had more, well, not substitutability, a negative effect. So when a firm, these are not robust results, that's why we didn't include them in the paper. But it seemed that firms that had invested heavily on tangibles had less capacity to invest in intangibles then, and that resulted in lower TFP for the UK side. So we found less of a complementarity there. For ICT and telecommunication, I'm afraid I don't know enough about the inter-industry split there. On a separate project, I have noticed that the ICT products are highly linked to firms also trading heavily in services. So there might be a strong interrelation there between the physical side and the intangible side. if that makes any sense. Good. I'm not sure. Did I miss something of the question? Yeah. So I'm afraid I don't have the cross comparison, but it's a good suggestion. Cross country comparison. Good. Thank you very much.
So with that, we're closing the day. Most of you, we will see each other in the dinner. Please don't be late. That's a warning from the restaurant. They will start serving food straight away, 7:30. You have the directions, or at least indication where it's located. It's really close from here. And then thank you very much, and see you tonight and tomorrow.